testing, testing. Am I audible now? Hello? I have been talking this whole time, and I didn't know you guys couldn't hear me. Wait, give me a second. Let me go ahead and double check. Yeah. Okay. My bad, bro. Hi, Crafty Potato. I did say hi to you too when you were, I don't know if you're still here, but that's hilarious. So, let me, I guess, give you guys the rundown since I didn't start. Here's what happened. So a bunch of stuff has gone wrong because I updated my OBS. One of the things that happened is my vertical stream also doesn't seem to be working, so I'm gonna have to try and fix that. But basically, I designed a build in a creative world, and I went ahead and calculated all the materials I was gonna need. Ooh. I'm sure that's fine. I went ahead and calculated all the materials I was gonna need for that world here in this world. For anybody who's watching the VOD, yeah, I basically mathed out how many cherry logs I was gonna need, and I'm now thinking that I should bring over some chests and more cherry saplings to expand it while I'm, while I'm deforesting it, so that I can continue operations. There we go. Get wrecked. So you're gonna watch a musical, huh? What musical? Okay, I'm gonna need to put all these in here because I don't need that. What should I make? I guess spruce wood is what I have the most of. I'm gonna need a lot of axes. Oh look, I got an unbreaking one bow. Nice. Let's, I guess, leave this here for now, and then put the sticks in here. What else can I, what's in that bundle? Put that in there. No, I meant to do that. Yeah. I don't need the shears. Oh, I'm running out of room in these chests. What can I move? I guess these. I'm gonna go ahead and put these in the composter. In the composting setup. Okay, I think that's about everything I need. I'm gonna get some spruce wood. Oh, I calculated how many stacks I was gonna need for the wood, and I need a little under 31 stacks. So yeah, that'll be fun. Go ahead and put that in there. Put this in here. Actually, let's make some food because I don't have much food. Okay. And then, should we go ahead and go chop down an oak wood one first, or should we go ahead and just make the chests out of cherry wood? I feel like since I'm trying to get cherry wood, I don't want to waste my cherry wood on chests, but at the same time, mining these down is kind of a bit of a pain sometimes. I'm gonna mine down the short one, because I don't need that much. Then again, I always use spruce wood. I eat through my spruce wood really fast. Okay, that was not my smartest moment. It is so funny that I was like muted the whole first, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the live stream. I'm gonna need to go through my OBS and make sure other things are working. What was it? I'm gonna guess it was here. I usually wait around for the saplings to get at least 4. You know what else I need to make before all of this? Because what I am making is a library, and while I already have a cow farm, I am missing a sugarcane farm, which is pretty important. So, since we're waiting for that to decay, what I'm gonna do... Oh, I don't want to make it too far though. Let's see. Let's look around for decently large bodies of water. Or should I just make a decently large body of water? I should probably grab the sugarcane with me then, if I'm gonna go looking for bodies of water. You stay here. Ooh, I only have 10 sugarcane. That's not good. For making a library, that is. Okay, since we're gonna be working at the cherry grove, I'm gonna go ahead and I think that river down there is probably gonna be the best place to... Oh look, there's already some sugarcane there. Should we go all the way to the other side? Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way to the other side. I didn't bring my lead with me. Alright, you're staying this cave. Man. See, even just harvesting that got me more sugarcane than I had. That's kind of funny. So sad I had so little sugarcane. Oh, let's go over to the other side. I should probably set up a boat here, huh? If I'm gonna be crossing pretty frequently to come check on the sugarcane. Let's go ahead and do that. And let's make the chests while we're at it. Dum, 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 dum. Oh no. I'm on like the steepest part of the hill. Yeah. Whew. There we go. Okay. No, I'm just gonna toss this. Oh look, we left a piece of wood. Seriously, still only 2 saplings? Come on. Spruce needs to stop being his... Hey, how's it going, Big Monkey Nuts? It It may or may not still be the same 3-dimension inducing songs because I'm too lazy to go ahead and find more songs to add to the playlist. Also, this stream started off with many technical difficulties, one of which is still unresolved. Now you stay in there while I get the lead. Oh wait, I already had leads in my inventory. I'm a dumbass. Let's go ahead and bring a whole stack of dirt. 2. May as well. Actually, I should bring those too. Okay. Let's sleep, I guess, since it's already nighttime. All right, let's go ahead and plant these first so that they have time to grow. Let's plant some closer over here, just so that they're... There we go. Okay, so up there is where... So let's put our chests here, where I know they'll be out of the way. Let's go ahead and tie you up, since I know you're just begging to wander off. Okay. Now, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do about those beehives there. Oh, the vertical works now. 30 minutes in. I just got the notification. That's so weird. I'm gonna have to update the plugin, I think, because I think that must be an issue with the plugin. Do I not have... what's it called? Well, hello, shorts people. I wasn't streaming this whole time, but you guys have missed about an hour of content. Which, don't worry, the first 30 minutes I was entirely muted. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder why that happened, though, honestly. I should probably go get my scaffolding. Oh, I got exactly 64 out of that? That's kind of funny. See, if each one is 9, then about 4 rows is gonna be what I need, because I need like 31 stacks. Let's go get... Sorry, I entirely forgot what I was... Oh my god. I need to patch this up. What the hell? Jesus. That's a deep fall. You know what? Let's put the dirt I have to good use then. Now that we're here. Okay. That's good. That's the deep part. Right, we're checking the spruce. It's so weird that the vertical live stream didn't start until like 30 minutes after, or not even 30 minutes, like an hour. Kind of sus. Okay, you're coming with me. Peter. Oh, and I needed to get scaffolding. Damn, I need to start like making a list, like writing these down, because then I keep having to go back and forth. Luckily I have the horse, which saves me some time, as opposed to if I was just walking. Thing is, I'm not even sure if I have scaffolding, but for sure I have the stuff to make scaffolding. Or at least a string. I don't seem to have much bamboo, but that's easily rectifiable. Could have sworn I'd made some scaffolding at some point. You didn't get the notification either when the stream started? Huh. Guys, do you think YouTube shadow banned me? Should I complain to... Who's the CEO of YouTube? I feel bad because Crafty Potato was in here when I was muted and I didn't realize I was muted, and I thought I was, because I had like responded to him, I said hi, and then just nothing, so I was like, oh, okay then. Let's... Well, also, too, Dad, I did kind of put it in miscellaneous announcements like I usually do, so you should have known. Also, I did say Saturdays were days that I was planning on streaming, so everyone knows Saturdays are gonna be my streaming days for sure, and then I want to try and throw in one day in the weekend. Did I leave my crafting table down there? Yeah, it's all the way down there. I don't know if you can see it next to the sugarcane there. Whatever, I have extra wood. Okay, 13 scaffolding, that should work. Oh, that's a lot of saplings. That's good. We need the saplings to expand. I also made a community post, which I realized that I should, like, when I do a community post to announce streams, I should probably delete them afterwards, just because, you know, they're not the types of community posts that you're gonna need there, you know. It's just, I'm going live soon. Come check us out. Should I make a diamond axe? I'm afraid of like just destroying it immediately, you know? And then it would feel kind of like a waste of diamonds. That being said, I do have a lot to chop down, so it might actually be worth it. Well, okay, you know what? No, I don't even have the books for it now that I think about it. I was gonna say let me make an enchanting table, but that won't really work. But yeah, let's make a diamond axe. It's gonna be faster and it's gonna last a lot longer. Hey, how's it going? To that again. Why are you using pink trees? Pink's a girl color. It is. And it's also the anti-cancer color, which means, well, no, I'm chopping down the trees, so you know, it's like really I'm hitting the color pink with an axe, so like how much can I like it, you know? Like dum 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 dum. Ooh. Yeah, I have a lot less diamonds than I thought I did. Okay, I'm gonna use this until it runs out, and then I'm switching back to iron. Actually, now I think about it, let's go to sleep while we're here. I should take a bed with me, huh? Wait, you don't support... I don't support cancer. I don't like cancer. Cancer's a bad thing. Well, so you hate... I do hate all cancers. Come on. Why are you like this? There we go. I don't think there's a single cancer that's good, not gonna lie. I don't know what your point is here. Ow, what? Why? It's daytime. You should be chilling. That's just rude. Oh, you're talking about those cancers. Yeah, those ones suck also. Really? Why? There we go. Dum dum. You know, I will say, I wish that that there was a way of like naturally spreading like biomes, you know? Cause like if I wanted to turn this meadow area into more cherry grove, there's really no way of doing that right now. Cause like the grass is entirely, like I can put more cherry trees, but the grass is just the wrong color. This area I'm gonna leave deforested because obviously that's where the build is gonna be. I don't think these 18 breads are gonna last me very long, not gonna lie. Make sandwich. I don't think those are in Minecraft yet. Where'd the music go? Sorry, I need my dementia music. Okay, there it is. That's weird. I felt empty without the dementia music. Is that worrying? Oh, hey, there's a little hole I gotta patch up. Hey, there's a cat in there. Michael! Michael, don't leave me here! Michael! Goodbye, cat. You will not be missed. I hardly knew you. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. A weird looking tree. Hold up. If each crafting recipe of scaffolding makes 6, how did I end up with 13 scaffolding? Yeah, what? That's... Oh, I had... Okay. That's my bad. I misunderstood. Other trees. I think that should be good on that side. That one's definitely far enough. Let's take down these 3 trees. Maybe I should actually start playing like the Uncanny Mr. Incredible song. That one. Like I should set it up so that after like 5 hours, it just slowly transitions into that kind of music. You're sending me the song you should play? Oh god. Let's see. Let's see what song this is. Alright, I got the Discord ping. Retention goes up by 58,000%. Can I do a 2015 intro? I can't just do that on the spot. I need like a 3D modeling. Throw like the 3D model of my name in CapCut. If I get copyright struck because of this, I will kill you. What's up, everybody, guys? Well, I'm not gonna say that. Welcome back to a brand new episode. Come on, come on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, this music got boring to me real quick. I like the chill vibe. Okay, if you can find me other songs that match this vibe, the Lucrembo kind of chill shit, I'll listen to those. Oh man, these are like... No! Oh, come on. It's destroying the natural environment. Oh, what? Again, it's full on daytime. Why are you mad at me? Alright, you sent me another song. Let's see if this matches. Alright. Is it just gonna be like another dubstep? It looks like it. This feels like something I would hear in Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Let me turn the volume down a bit. Sorry, I was just messing around with the volume. Faction compared, rank the 4 major Star Wars factions. Which one had the best fleet? Ooh, which one had the best fleet? So obviously the 4 major ones are going to be Rebellion, Empire, Republic, and Separatist. If we're going by just like which one had the most powerful fleet, I mean, there's really no questions asked. It was the Empire. But which one I like more, I'm going to have to go... Okay, well first let's rank them by power or whatever. By simply powerful, I think it would have to go Empire, then probably Republic, then the Confederacy of Independent Systems, then Rebel. Oh, this is the Eckhart's ladder music? That's hilarious. I didn't even recognize it. Oh, it probably just hasn't gotten to that part yet. Shout out to Eckhart's Ladder. We support smaller creators here on this channel. No, I didn't mean to strip that. They never get anything done because narratively they don't want them to, but like objectively they've got the best fleet. I mean, they don't really need to use freighters. They just use their, you know, capital ships like to fill that role though, you know? Or not even the capital ships, but like those landing, the ones that like carry a bunch of other ships, you know, the ones that like Cham Syndulla stole in the one episode of Rebels. Hey, how's it going, Grubby Animations? Are you having a nice night? We chillin' here. We're getting rid of this cherry. Well, we're not getting rid of it. We're getting wood from it, and then obviously we're planting it back. The Empire loses every space battle they ever get involved in. I mean, yeah, sure. But that's not the fault of the fleet. That's really I would chalk that up to the incompetence of its officers and stuff, you know? So let me check something. Like, I mean, the main weakness its fleet has is just that it has weak starfighters, you know? But like, it outclasses literally every other faction in every other class of ship other than Starfighter. To anybody else here, sorry about the Star Wars talk. Me and Two Dad are nerds about that. Also, he made me put on the Eckhart's Ladder music, which is a Star Wars YouTuber. He does like lore stuff. It's pretty good. Am I missing it? There it is. See, I knew there was an extra one somewhere. Objectively, the three other main factions have better fleet composition. You would put the Empire in dead last? No. That's not really, I mean, like, simply put, the Rebels really had, like, every time the Rebels go up against the Empire, they're up against insurmountable odds for a reason, you know? Like, sure, because what we see is the stories from the perspective of the heroes of the rebellion, that usually ends up being kind of meaningless. But, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true, you know? Like, the Empire's fleets are always impressive and always... I mean, they outgun just about anyone. I stand by what I said, that the only weakness that the Imperial fleet really has is the Starfighter Corps. Everything else, they basically have top notch. The Empire has horrible fighters that are probably less effective than droid starfighters. They don't have dedicated carriers. They don't have freighters. They had so much time to improve. Actually, they did have dedicated carriers. Again, I'm bringing up the ones that, like, Cham Syndulla stole from that one episode in Rebels. You know which one? The ones that are like the triangle with like the little part under it. They're also seen in Rogue One, if I remember correctly. They have dedicated carriers. And then those also serve the role as freighters, which, let's be real, most of them don't really need freighters. I mean, you look, technically like, when you talk about freighters, you're talking about ships like the Millennium Falcon. That's a cargo ship. And why don't they use them? They do use them. Listen, I know you're a separatist glazer, but let's be real. Their fleet composition only beats out the rebellion. Like, the Separatists probably had the most variety when it comes to, like, their larger vessels. And actually, the most variety in anything, because not only do they have the droid starfighters, which they mass produce, but they're the faction that most took advantage of localized militias and actually used them to their advantage. How did you get out of the hole? I buried you. Or how would your ranking go? I will say, I don't understand why the Separatists didn't just mass produce the... you're not saying that objectively Star Destroyers aren't more powerful than most other ships, but when it comes to how the fleet is composed, the Empire comes dead last? That's just not true. The Empire has the Architans, which is a far upgrade from the Republic Architans. It has multiple different types of Star Destroyers, not to mention all of the experimental weapons like the gravity wells and the ones that can like pull you out of hyperspace. Like, no other faction has a ship, like, of the main four, no other faction has a ship that can pull you out of hyperspace just by you going near it. But they only use Star Destroyers? Well, yeah, because it's their most common vessel, but you're not gonna, like, they use that because that's their most common all-purpose vessel. Like, it works for what they need it to do, you know? In most cases, a Star Destroyer is gonna be more than enough. Oh, the music already went. Let's... But again, we're judging their fleet composition, not their tactics. Like, if we're judging them by tactics, then I would argue that the Rebellion would be in first place, then the Republic, then the Separatists, then the Empire. Because the Empire just had, like, horrendous tactics. But we're just talking about the fleet composition here. And if you look at the lineup of ships that each faction has, the Empire comes out on top. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. There's a reason the Empire was able to keep the galaxy under its boot for well over 30 years. And that is in no small part due to its fleet composition and how it just overpowers anything else that was out there. You said, like you said, they don't ever use any other ship apart from the Star Destroyers, and they always run in phase first. Yeah, that's a tactics thing. That's not comparing their fleet composition. That's just an entirely different question than what you asked me. Oh man, I'm gonna need so much more cherry wood. No, it's not a how the fleet is organized is inherently related to the faction's tactics. For example, 90% of the Imperial fleets just have Star Destroyers, which is why the rebels won the war. Right, but deciding which ships you're gonna use is a tactic. The fleet composition, like, of a battle, because the thing is, if you're gonna compare fleet compositions of factions, then you're comparing their entire roster. Like, if you're gonna consider their fleet composition like per battle, then you can't really compare all the factions, because you'd have to like tally up every win, every loss, and which ones had to do with the fleet compositions, which ones didn't, you know. No, you're not. You're comparing their average fleet. Why would you do that when, I mean, if you're gonna compare their average fleet, they're like, for example, the rebels, there really is no average fleet, because every single battle they're kind of like cobbled together by whatever's available. Sure, there are certain like common ships like X-Wings or like the Tantivs, I forget what they're actually called, but those aren't anywhere near common enough either to be considered their average fleet. Not to mention that their average fleet probably changes over time, because, like, for example, the rebels didn't always have access to X-Wings. So, I mean, their average fleet before the X-Wing was released to them is going to be completely different than their average fleet afterwards. And same with the Separatists. There's just way too much variation in how their fleets are usually comprised. The main Rebel Alliance fleet would be similar to the one they had at the Battle of Endor, because that's their main fleet, just like how the other factions would be ranked on their average fleet compositions. Here's the thing, you're not, if you're basing it entirely off of the Battle of Endor, that's not their average fleet. That's just the fleet that they had in like their last, one of their most important battles against the Empire. Like, it's, again, you're just pulling one from a specific battle and then being like, all right, this is their fleet. Like, if we're gonna do that, then all right, I like for the fleet for the Empire, I choose the fleet at the Battle of Chopper's Base. I forget what it's called. The one where Thrawn is there. I mean, then then really nobody really has much of a chance there. That's the Rebels' main fleet. All right, so then, hell, even if we take the Empire's main fleet from that same battle, they had not only Star Destroyers, they had Super Star Destroyers, they had Architans there, they had the a bunch of TIE Interceptors, way more than they usually would, and they have the second Death Star. Like, there's no way you can say that's their average fleet. You just cherry-picked a specific, like, battle. No, they did not what? They did not have... Yes, they did! The Architans were super common. Also, you misspelled Architans. Dude, if they had them before the original trilogy, then obviously they had them during the original trilogy. Then why do they not show up in any of the fleets in the original trilogy? Because in real life, they hadn't been designed yet. That doesn't mean that they didn't exist or that they weren't being used in universe. Like, in larger battles like that, not only is there additional material that expands the fleets and expands what is present during it, but you kind of have to assume in bigger battles like that where you don't see everything that happens, you kind of got to assume that more does happen. That means they weren't being used because they weren't there. They were there. They just hadn't been designed in real life yet. This isn't that hard of a concept. Ah, I ran out of arrows. Okay, that's great. Also, you used the wrong there, so I win. I keep getting pinged in places, or getting ping sounds, and I don't know where it's from. That's insane. You're fucking insane. You can't just say that, oh, they were there despite the fact that we know they weren't. No, that's not what I'm saying, dude. You're being entirely disingenuous. Just because we didn't see every you do realize the Battle of Endor was an insanely large battle, right? Like, obviously there were ships there that we did not get to see on screen because, hey, guess what? Most of it was being focused on what the main characters were doing. No! Oh my. Jesus. You see every ship there. Okay, you know what? You know what's proof that you don't see every ship that was at the Battle of Endor? You've played Battlefront. Where was Iden Versio in the original trilogy? pinpoint to me exactly where Iden Versio's TIE fighter was in the original trilogy. This little floating island. Probably get rid of that entirely. You're obviously not saying you could see every TIE fighter, but you would obviously be able to see if there were architenses and there weren't. Not if they're just, I don't know, on the other side of the Death Star, like... They could have simply relegated their architenses to a different part of the battle, because despite what we see, like, of the battle, there were multiple battle fronts, get it, of the Battle of Endor. Like, what we see of the battle is just what was visible from Palpatine's fucking throne room. I feel like you're very much underestimating just how large the Battle of Endor was. Because both of the factions there basically threw everything they had at each other during that. If they're on the other side of the Death Star, then they're not in the battle, so it was just the Rebels' main fleet and they stuck together. No, there wasn't a hidden fleet battle. Dude, there were multiple different fleet battles at the Battle of Endor. Again, not everything that happened at the Battle of Endor was portrayed in the actual movie, because writers afterwards expanded upon that in like a million different ways. Anyway, this is all besides the point. There's no way of quantifying their average fleet. Like, the average thing that they would... Not only because... Not only because their fleets vary so much, but specifically the fleets that we see are only the fleets that are narratively important to the story. And there's no way of telling that, like, okay, so usually a battle that's going to be important to the narrative of Star Wars when it comes to the Empire and the Rebels is going to be one where the Rebels come out on top, right? How do we know that all of those battles mainly won because whoever was in charge of the tactics happened to have bad fleet composition? Like, there's millions and millions of battles and skirmishes and stuff. Are you calling me? Oh god. Hi.
Fuck
Hello.
you. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. This is the biggest bullshit. This is the dumbest logic I've ever heard in my fucking
No, it's
life.
not. Look,
You're
correlation
so
is
you're
not.
You're not. No.
Listen,
You're
every
genuinely-
battle that we see in Star Wars, the Empire
You're
fucking
genuinely-
fails.
You're
And that
genuinely
how
trying to tell me, no. Listen for 2 seconds. You're genuinely trying to say, oh, I can battle with Emperor. I'm sure there were other targets.
your mic is shit, by the way. I can't understand what you're saying.
You can't just argue that ships that weren't there were there. That's not. You can't just say that.
But they were.
No, they weren't.
Prove they weren't. Prove they weren't.
You can look at the fucking movie. There's no
No.
argument.
They were just right off camera, bro. You just missed them.
They showed up, but there are several wide shots. They showed the entire
No, they were
fleet.
like a little bit to the left, bro.
Also, there's on Wikipedia. If you go to fucking Wikipedia, you can just look up what fleets they had there. And there's zero architecture.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you didn't trust Wikipedia as a source.
I said I don't trust it because there's some things that it says that are stupid, but that when it comes to like events and which things were there, then yeah, obviously.
Oh, so basically
Also,
when it's convenient for you, you trust them as a source.
Dude, your logic is so stupid. You would be putting like the average, like if it's an Imperial fleet, then they're all Star Destroyers because they expressly say that the way the Rebels won the war was because they were able to use the fact that the Empire would only use Star Destroyers, and they were able to use because they only use Star Destroyers on average, so that's why the Rebel Alliance is so effective, because they're able to use their superior starfighters against the Star Destroyers.
The thing is, that's not an issue with just Star Destroyers. That's also an issue with Architans. That's also an issue with Super Star Destroyers. That's an issue just with big ships in general. That's
Super
also
Star
an
Destroyer-
issue that the Mon Calamari ships that the
Architans
Rebel
are
used
not-
had.
No, that is not as much of an issue. Mon Calamari ships are way more efficient at defeating enemy starfighters.
Not
than-
as efficient as another starfighter fleet.
What?
It
Not as
doesn't
efficient
matter
as what?
as another starfighter fleet. The main counter two starfighter squadrons is other starfighters, not another big
That's
capital
not
ship.
true.
That is
Yeah, that is not
absolutely
true
true.
because-
Capital ships are not meant as a
but
counter.
On the point of the Empire, they will literally in Rogue One, there'll be like 5 X-wings, and they'll release like 100 TIE fighters, and they'll still do nothing because they're useless.
Well, that's just because the TIE fighter themselves, again,
And
no.
what are you talking about? There's literally a scene where like one rebel starfighter, I don't remember what it was, I think it was like a B-wing, crashes into the main the main cockpit or whatever, the bridge.
That's an
of the
A-wing. That was an A-wing. I know what shot you're talking about.
One rebel starfighter took down an entire executor. Wow.
It did not take down an entire executor. It just disabled the bridge.
When did it crash into the fucking into the Death Star? Also, this is stupid. You can't just be like, oh, they had plot armor for every fight.
No, I'm not saying that they had plot. You misunderstood that thing. The
thing is,
you misunderstood what I was saying
adding-
there. No, you misunderstood.
Okay,
Let me explain what I was saying there. The ones that are gonna be shown to us in the movies very explicitly and like with detail are the ones where the rebels win, because the story of Star Wars, especially during the original trilogy era, is how the rebels defeated the Empire.
But the
So
rebels,
because of the fact the majority of the start of the because of the fact that the majority of the battles that we see are where they win, there's no way of saying that like we only see ships that we only see battles with star destroyers because that's what allowed them to win. For all we know,
that
they were
is
like,
stupid.
that is not stupid. That is very simple logic, bro.
That is stupid. That's like being like, oh, just because every time they're off camera, I'm just gonna assume that the Empire
given the fact that they had control over the entire galaxy and that they were always considered a huge threat, yeah, I'm gonna assume that the vast majority of battles, other than like the super important ones that are shown to us, were won by the Empire.
So you're gonna assume that the Empire, when it's most important for them to win, that's when they're gonna use their worst tactics.
I'm not saying that's when they're gonna use their worst tactic. Actually, yes, I am. You know why? Because the way that they would set up their fucking higher-ups, like who they would put in what position, was bad. All of their main, like their highest Imperial officers were dumbasses.
Darth Vader. I guess fucking Darth Vader is just a bad tactician. What do you mean?
Darth Vader, for the most part, was never in charge of the actual fleets. He was usually in, like, one, just like bullying around the actual naval officers, and two, going out of his way to do whatever personal vendetta he had against Luke Skywalker or Obi-Wan or whoever.
At the Battle of Endor, Emperor Palpatine,
at the Battle of Endor,
who is the number one, like the smartest character probably, because he's been alive for like 200 years, and he didn't have the foresight to be like, oh, let me add in some architenses, because there were not architenses at the Battle of Endor. You can look up the fucking
I guarantee you there were. I guarantee you there were.
That's stupid. That is fucking stupid. That's like saying, oh, fucking Dengar was at the Battle of Geonosis.
He was. He literally was.
You don't know that Dengar was at the Battle of Geonosis.
I literally do. Look it up. He was there.
Nah, you're just you know your argument shit, and you're just trying to piss me
Reams.
Okay. Reams. He is not like Dengar. He's so much better. And what an Irish, he would have never stood for this. You're wrong, dude. The reason I gave you that prompt was because the card player literally did a video on that, and he put the Empire at last because all of their fleets are just Star Destroyers. They have interdictors, but they don't use them.
Here's the thing, that there's the issue with how do you quantify their average fleet. We would have to literally know. We would have to literally know every single battle that the Empire ever fought to be able to find out what their average fleet is.
No, you don't. You can just look at like the times
because what we're shown from Star Wars is a skewed perspective because we only get the perspective of the fucking heroes.
Perspective. I can do it with every other faction. Separatist average fleet is going to include the Lucrehulks, maybe the main capital ships, and like the, what are they called? Maleficents?
Here's the thing. I will say,
it's
a lot easier to confidently quantify an average ship for like Clone Wars era because we got the Clone Wars, which just showed us so many battles. We never got, like, we have a higher pool to draw from statistics than we do for the battles during the Empire era.
You serious? Also, you said the Republic fleet is better than the Separatist one. That's just wrong. In what way? The average Republic fleet is just 3 Venators, and they don't use anything else.
No, but they have way better starfighters than I'm blanking. The Separatists.
But in the lore, like, they are unable to attack the Separatist core worlds because they keep on losing fleet battles each time they try to get into Separatist space.
Well, yeah, when you're going into, like, the core world, because that's where their strongest fleets are going to be, but you're saying their average fleet.
Their average fleet is just not composed well. They only use Venators, which are carriers.
No, I'm not saying their average fleet. I'm not saying the Republic's average fleet. I'm saying what's it called? The Separatist average fleet. But also, the
The
Separatists
Separatist
don't.
average fleet is good. They have variety. They always have variety.
Yeah,
They have like a dedicated carrier.
Yeah, they have better big ships, but they fall short when it comes to the starfighters. And not gonna lie, despite them having variety, none of their big ships really outgun a Venator except the Malevolence.
That's just, you've seen, there's several scenes of ships destroying Venators. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when there's like 2 or 3 more, when they're outnumbered. I mean, like on a one-on-one.
I
Like,
just don't think that's true.
No. I have proof of this. Battle of Coruscant, the fucking Invisible Hand. They were actively not firing upon the Invisible Hand because they didn't want to kill Emperor Palpatine. The Invisible Hand only lasted as long as it did because the Republic was
Before the
specifically
movie
not.
stopped. No. Before the movie started, they lost their shield.
Give me a
It
second.
had already been in.
I'm
the
telling
Invisible Hand
you,
had
stop.
already
You never
been
let me finish. You didn't let me finish. In canon, you didn't let me finish. In canon, the Star Destroyer that then ends up firing upon the Invisible Hand while they're trying to do the rescue mission, which is what we see at the beginning of the Revenge of the Sith, did that because of a mistaken order, where they were under the impression that it had already been rescued.
But you can't count that Invisible Hand at the beginning of the movie as the average Invisible Hand, because by that time, its shields had already been disabled. They tell you that in the movie. That's why there were vulture droids on its hull. By that time, it had already been in the battle for several hours.
Yeah, but they hadn't been targeting it past anything. You can't really count it as its average.
Yes, they were targeted before they had kidnapped Palpatine. They would have been
up
firing
until
on
they
it.
destroyed the. Okay, so they were able to destroy the shields and then also take it down immediately. Either way, it was severely outgunned the whole time.
What do you mean? It lasted for several hours doing its job until by that, because they just show you the end of the Battle of Coruscant.
So long is because Chancellor Palpatine was on it.
Dude, the Separatists would have objectively won that battle if they hadn't had the orders to stay in place, because they achieved their goal and captured Palpatine. AKA the fleet did at the beginning. It literally says that the Separatist fleet goes in, they destroy the Republic's defense fleet, and then once more reinforcements come, they get stuck in place.
Food.
What?
In Minecraft. I'm playing
in
Minecraft. This is a Minecraft stream, bro.
Fuck you, man! You can't just say that.
Dude, your mic is cutting out. I have no idea what you're saying. Did you cover your mic or something?
You're acting like the average Imperial fleet is when the average Imperial fleet is literally just 4 Star Destroyers and nothing else.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have no way of quantifying what actually is the average. No, we don't.
Yes, we do,
because our pool of data is not clean data.
It is clean data. The average Imperial fleet is Star Destroyers. That's it!
According to what we see in the movies, which isn't accurate
data.
They
expressly say... Okay, you're acting like interdictors would be in the question, which they would just not be. They're super rare, and they're they're barely ever used.
Interdictors. Which ones are the interdictors?
Those are the ones that prevent people from coming in and out of hyperspace.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Those would not remotely be in this question. I literally only
but
see
neither would the Malevolence, and I was also counting the Malevolence in the.
No, of course you're not counting the Malevolence. You're acting like it's every ship.
Yes, that's what I was doing. I'm counting every ship.
Average.
When you tell me which fleet, no, I'm not doing the average fleet because we have no way of telling the exact average fleet.
Stupid.
We don't have the data for that.
That is stupid, because then you're thinking of every ship, then you can just go ahead and say, oh, the Millennium Falcon's gonna be part of the average Rebel fleet, which would be bullshit because it has plot armor and it can't be shot down.
Nah, but I'm not gonna count fucking plot armor in this.
Well, yeah, but objectively, you're not going to act like the Millennium Falcon is going to be part of the average Rebel fleet. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not. I'm refusing to compare the average Rebel fleet because I'm saying we don't have enough data to actually know what the average...
The average Rebel fleet is composed of several Mon Calamari ships. And, like, you see the average Rebel fleet so...
That is not true. If anything, the average Rebel fleet is like one squadron. Like...
That is not true. Like when they actually go up against Imperial fleets, they bring the sort of fleet that would be that showed up in Rogue One or in the Battle of Endor. More realistically,
that wasn't the average fleet. That was an exception. That was like because they knew that was a fully Imperial controlled planet, like and base. They sent like a lot more to the to Scarif than they would have to like their average battle. The Rebels didn't have a lot of resources to be throwing around like the Empire did.
Exactly. That's why whenever they did get involved in a battle, they would always use all of their shit. They didn't just they didn't spread out like the Empire does. I can say concretely the Empire average fleet is just Star Destroyers because they weren't out here putting all their resources into one fleet.
Nobody's arguing that Star Destroyers weren't the most common...
You're acting like Arquitenses would be in the average Imperial fleet, and they just would not.
They would.
They are not. It's not would they. They're not. You can just look at the movies. They're not there.
Again, the movies are not concrete data.
Yes, they are.
They're not a large enough sample size.
Yeah, in the Empire Strikes Back, you see 0 Arquitenses, despite the fact that a lot of that movie takes place in space, and you see several fleets, including mostly the Imperial fleet.
Yeah, well, I mean, we also thought that Han shot first, and then they changed that. Like, they can, like...
Okay, so now you're acting like George Lucas... Oh, that's another thing. George Lucas goes back and adds things like McClunky. If he wanted to, he could go back and just add a little Arquitect. But he won't because that's stupid. Because it wasn't there.
Dude, you're just wrong. And yelling isn't going to change that.
Oh, fuck you.
There's no reason for you to be this aggressive, Tuda.
Let's use our inside voices. Yes. You're also just wrong, because you don't... I was referencing a specific Cards Ladder video, and I'm gonna be honest, I agree with the way he ranked them.
I would have to watch his whole video, but also, I feel like this is very much hinging on the idea of an average Rebel fleet, and I just an average fleet, and I fully disagree with the idea that we have enough data to actually quantify
you have enough data.
No,
what do you mean? There's always enough data to quantify the averageness, even if it's not like a large pool. You can be like, okay, like you can't just assume.
Because if you have a small pool,
all of your argument are based on assumptions. Your entire argument is based on assumptions and things that you don't know. Your argument
is based on assumptions. My argument is based on a lack of assumptions. Because you're assuming what the average fleet is what we see on average on screen.
You're trying to tell me that your argument isn't based on assumptions. Meanwhile, you're just assuming that Arquitenses, or ships that objectively were never in any Imperial fleets in the movies, were somehow there, but off camera.
They literally were.
They were not! At the Battle of Endor, you see several wide shots showing the entire fleet!
Dude, just look better. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is a skill issue on your part that you didn't see them.
You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. I can literally just look up Battle of Endor. There is no fucking Arquitenses.
Man, I'm hungry. I forgot to go get food.
Oh, would you several wide shots, and you can see the average. Yeah, it's literally the first thing I look at. You see the average Rebel fleet. You see what it's composed of.
You're not seeing the average Rebel fleet. You're seeing the Rebel fleet at the Battle of Endor.
Okay, but if I'm gonna get the average Rebel fleet, then I can assume, like, I'm looking at the way the fleet is composed. Then I can assume that they're gonna
even putting together all of the Star Wars, putting together all of the Star Wars media that we have in existence, we do not have enough data in order to extrapolate what an average fleet would be because of the sheer scale of the galaxy.
Yeah, but so your argument is hinging on the fact that there's other ships that we just don't know about. Obviously, you're gonna base it off of what you know.
You're entirely ignoring the blind spots in our knowledge.
That's like looking at real world history and being like, I'm gonna assume the Romans had machine guns because there were so many Romans. How could we know if they had
that's like
machine?
saying I'm assuming that the Romans may have used a katana or two. Like
what? That's stupid. See, you just said something stupid. How would?
Okay, so you're telling me with absolute 100% certainty that in the entire history of the Roman Empire, there wasn't a single Roman soldier that came across a katana and was like, you know what, I'm gonna use this, it seems cool.
Yes, because the Romans didn't know Japan existed. What the fuck?
Okay.
What are you
okay.
saying?
Katanas were a bad example. Maybe a fucking an African Savitar sword. What are those ones?
Dude, don't act like you didn't just say the stupidest argument.
Okay. I'm giving you. I'm telling you. All right, you're right. Katanas.
You just went up to me and were like, just went up to me and you were genuinely like, well, but I don't know if Mayans had access to katanas. You don't know.
They could have, bro.
What are you?
No, that's not like saying that the Mayans didn't like maybe had katanas. You're entirely ignoring the actual point of. You're entirely ignoring the point I'm actually trying to make, which is entirely disingenuous. Obviously, katanas specifically were a bad example, given that the Romans didn't know Japan existed at the time, but the point still stands that they could have used a weapon that wasn't within their normal arsenal at some point.
But then that's stupid because that's it. But let's say concretely, you think, you said an African sword. What African sword? Or a scimitar?
Yeah,
scimitar. Or something like that.
You're telling me with 100% certainty that no single Roman has used the scimitar in any battle.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that the average Roman legionnaire, an average Roman army, are not gonna be fucking scimitars. Obviously.
Yeah, but we have all of the data on the or at least most of the. We have more data, a larger percentage of data of Roman battles and Roman information than we do with Star Wars, because Star Wars is an entire galaxy-wide.
There is so much Star Wars content out there. You can't base
that doesn't change the fact that it's an entire fucking galaxy.
But you can't just be like, but maybe the Empire has a giant, really cool ship that can defeat anything, and it's super cool, but we just don't ever see it because it's off camera. That's stupid.
Obviously not that. Obviously we're only including ships that actually exist, like the Architans, which not only...
But the Architans isn't part of the fucking fleet. It's not there.
At the Battle of Endor, yeah, it was. It was literally right there.
It was not. Your entire argument is based on just being like...
No. Go to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 25 seconds. In Return of the Jedi. Do that right now.
I can't... Okay, I'm watching it at like 2 times speed. I will tell you if a fucking Architan shows up because it doesn't.
I gave you the exact timestamp.
What? No, it's an 8-minute video.
No,
you said an hour.
I'm into the movie. Pull up the movie.
You want me to open the fucking Wait. There's literally an car slider video talking about what the fleets were composed of.
Yeah, but again, that's all based off of incomplete data.
And when you look at that, this one's the Battle of Scarif, but again, I can completely say there were no Architans at the Battle of Scarif, because look at this, there's the actual fucking fleet! You can't just act like things exist when they don't.
They were literally right there. I don't know what you're on about.
You fucking stupid! I hate you!
Let's use our inside voice now, alright? This isn't... Did you fucking rage quit? You rage left the call. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Anyway, so how are you guys doing? Did you guys enjoy? There's nobody watching. Dum 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 dum. Oh, that was a bad idea. Is that a recent message? I can't tell if you sent that right now or not. Dum, 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 dum. Not gonna lie, all your messages in the chat just look like large paragraphs to me. I don't know if that's a message Two Dead sent like a while ago or if it's something that he sent right now. Need a graham cracker. I keep hearing that ping noise and I don't know. Like, and then I don't have any pings. Oh, is it just somebody trying QA general? Wacky. Also, this coming from the same person that thinks ATOTs, all right? And they aren't trash. They're literally just the pickup trucks. They're like a slightly armored pickup truck. That's useful. It's not a fucking tank, it's a cargo vessel. You're just comparing it to an entirely... That's like saying, oh yeah, a Panzer would win in a fight against a Ford F-150. Well, no fucking shit. Those aren't made for the same thing. You gotta mine Cherry Grove one of these days. The wood is so pretty. Oh, it is. It is. I'm specifically gathering a bunch of wood. By the way, welcome to the live stream. But I'm specifically gathering a bunch of wood for a build that's gonna be like a giant tree stump over there. But I need like over 1,000 blocks. So I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and knock this out in a couple hours. But yeah, how you doing, Hangry Johnny? I like your name. It's very descriptive and very relatable. I will say though, cherry wood I feel like is a little overrated. I do like it, but it's a little overrated here. Give me a second here. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to answer somebody in my room. Oh yeah, Angry Johnny, this guy thinks the AT-ATs from Star Wars isn't a bad vehicle. It's not. It's literally not. It's not the most powerful tank or the most maneuverable, but again, that's not what it's meant to be. Sorry, I've been arguing with this guy for the past like hour or so about Star Wars stuff. Actually, more like hour and a half. I need to go get that. Record. There we go. This guy doesn't know shit. I know a lot more than you do. The difference between you and I is I'm willing to admit when there's gaps in the knowledge that I have of something, whether that be my own fault or the fault of just how the media is portrayed. And you are unwilling to accept that fact. You want to view AT-AT. It's cool as hell, man. I don't know about the effective it is, but it's a huge step in the direction of the mecha stuff like that. So A+. I agree with you, but also he's not referring to the AT-AT. He's referring to a more obscure vehicle. You're thinking of the four-legged one from Empire Strikes Back. Everyone knows that one. That was great. He's talking about an eight-legged one that showed up in like 2 seconds of Revenge of the Sith. And basically it's open. It doesn't have like a roof, but like in lore, it's meant as like a cargo vehicle, not as like it's an armored cargo vehicle. It's not like a tank like the AT-TE or the AT-AT would be. Oh, Tuded, stop. Don't insult people in the comments, bro, just for not being Star Wars nerds like you and me. Come on, man. You don't have to go. Oh wait, no, you're insulting the AT-OT. Okay, I misread that. The stupid ass AT-OT. It's a good vehicle. It's a good vehicle and it fills its role well. It's not made for battles. It's made for like it's not meant to change the tide of a battle. It's made to give supplies, carry supplies from one way to another safely. But if it rains and everything, they can just put a tarp up. It's not that difficult. And yes, tarps do exist. We see tents and tarps multiple different times in Star Wars. It's not that big of a stretch to think that tarps would be standard issue for an ATOT, like, crew. Can't just say they can do that. They can! There's nothing stopping them from putting a tarp there. What? That's like if I pointed out that somebody could jump and you're like, nuh-uh. That's like saying they can just put up shields on a Republic dropship. Well, I mean, no, because shields require actual installation and, like, you would have to actually pull it apart and, like, build it into the ship. Shields you can't just easily put there, but a tarp is just a piece of fabric. If it doesn't have it, then it doesn't have it. Fuck you. Fuck you. You know full well that I'm being perfectly reasonable when I say they could just put a tarp there. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. It's like saying that they could just make Beskar TIE fighters and win the war, but they can't because there's nothing to suggest. Okay, one, they could do that. The main reason that they can't do that is because Beskar itself is a very rare material. Tarps are not. They're not difficult to obtain. They're not rare. Not only that, we see the Republic using tarps in multiple instances. Like, your logic is entirely faulty. But they won't see an ATOT with a tarp, so you can't just assume that it has something it doesn't. I'm not saying it has something, I'm saying they could add it to it. They could simply put a tarp on it. It doesn't, I'm not saying that like they already have a tarp standard issue, but like also tarps aren't necessarily rare. You can just grab one. Hell, if they're near any form of civilization, they could borrow a tarp. Man, I need arrows. Oh, damn it. I was hoping it wouldn't blow up. Dun, 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 dun. I don't have the dirt to repair this. Think of like army trucks. When you see them with a tarp box over the top of them, when you're hiding what they transport. So that the ATOTs could definitely come equipped with tarps. Thank you, Hangry Johnny. I thank you so much. I have had this argument with him so many times. All right, ATOTs are absolutely useful vehicles. And it's not that big of a stretch that, like, if they need to either hide something that they're transporting or protect something from the elements or something, that they could just put a tarp over it. It is always a safe assumption that technology that we have, they have. Because, and my biggest example of that is just guns. Because for the longest time, that was just not there. But, I mean, they're much simpler technology than what they had. You can't just assume that because Star Wars is not real life, they're not logical. Except they're supposed to actively have more advanced technology than us. And if you consider certain extended universe dubiously canon material, then technically speaking, it exists within our same universe, because E.T. Hey, how's it going, Annalise? Bonjour. I actually can't say, but just wanted to stop by. Oh, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You're not assuming. You're saying that they have more advanced tech as our stuff. They have our stuff, or the equivalent as well. Well, you can't assume that they... Okay. Tudad, you're being entirely disingenuous. You don't even have to assume that they have tarps. They have tarps. We've seen them use tarps in multiple Star Wars, but we see them on Mimban. We see them on that one planet with the pacifist lemurs. We see them, like, they have tarps. They have tarps. They have fabric. They have tents. Oi. Dum 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. The Ewoks had tarps. Hey, yeah, that's true. The Ewoks had tarps. There are explosions in space because Star Wars is not even slightly based on reality or logic. Okay, well, that's obviously just stylization of the medium for, you know, for interest on the screen. Like that, you can't use that as evidence for why they wouldn't use tarps. That's entirely... There's internal logic, but also, yeah, technically speaking, it exists within our universe, so the laws of physics technically do exist. We just don't understand why their ships specifically explode and make noise. Because it's just such advanced technology to make explosions in space. No, that's not what I meant to do. Yes, tarps exist in Star Wars, but if the vehicle doesn't have something, you can't just assume it has it off screen. What do you mean? I can assume that the battalion will most likely have it, given that they were able to pull it out of their asses on that one episode. I'm going to assume that tarps are standard issue, given that in the situations where they need some, they're able to just have them. Unless they're like 3 guys stranded on an area. Especially if they know beforehand that they're gonna have an ATOT crew. It's not that big of a stretch to think, oh, most likely one or two of them are going to have the bright idea of bringing along a tarp. You have to go based on what you know, otherwise you can assume anything you want. That's not even, like, I am basing things off of what I know. God, you're like that one teacher I had in middle school that would always say, you know what they say about assuming? It makes an ass of you and me. I hated that guy so much. You have no idea. Oh my, I fell. I'm trying to find a cherry tree that's a little separated from the rest so that I don't have to worry about the leaves like not decaying. There we go. This is what we want. No, you're not. You can say Star Wars shares the logic of real life because it constantly breaks the basic rules of our existence. No. Nuh-uh. I'm telling you, you're acting like this is a big, like, huge stretch of, like, gaps in information, and it's not. Tarps are very simple, very effective, shown to exist, shown to have been used by the faction that uses the ATOT. And not to mention the same argument I was making before, that our sample size is too small to assume that they wouldn't have, given it being such a logical option. We've only seen the ATOT used, what, twice maybe? Not even that? Like, our sample size is Felucia and, like, for 2 seconds. So obviously it's safe to assume that the way it was used would be in, I don't know, the most logical way to use it. That's like saying that stormtroopers should start using guns because we know they're more effective than blasters and we know they exist. No, it's not, because they actually went through the effort of coming up with like a canon explanation of them not using. Not only that, but we get to see stormtroopers use blasters so much as a standard issue that we know for a fact that they don't tend to use regular guns. Nah, I'm calling you. Why are you? Okay. Hello?
You again with this bullshit.
You just don't like that I'm right and you're wrong.
I'm so wrong. Everything you can say. You can't just be like, oh, they have arms. No, they don't. there. At that point, that you can say, "Oh, the stormtroopers can have guns because we know they're more effective, and because it's based in real life."
That is no, okay, no. That's a false equivalency fallacy. All right, that
How
is
is that
not
a
the.
false
No,
equivalency?
you're
Explain it to
strawmanning
me.
me. You're strawmanning me.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
I will.
How is
So
that not-
you're comparing, like, why don't stormtroopers use real guns, right? You're saying that I'm saying that by all logic they just have real guns and they actually do use them whenever they're off screen. That's what you're saying I'm saying, right?
That would be the same as your argument.
No, it's not, because one, we see stormtroopers in way more, like, we see them way more often than we see the ATOT.
You cannot just assume things about something. You have to base it off of what you know.
Stop. You never let me finish. You didn't let me finish. No, you didn't let me finish. Second of all,
Stop saying that it's weird.
Shut up. Let me finish. Let me finish, asshole. Let me finish. Another reason that's a false equivalency is because guns, one, are obviously extremely rare in the Star Wars universe. Hence, we never see them outside of, like, specifically old Mandalorian Wars.
You can't make that point because you just said, "Oh, Star Wars is based on real life logic," and since in real life we use tarps, in Star Wars they use tarps.
No. That was one of my many arguments. Whereas with guns, you would have to hinge the entire argument on that. No. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. Fuck you. You know what? I'm hanging up. You can hear me through the stream. All right. I'm gonna finish my points before you let me. All right. I left that call. Dad, you can hear me through this stream right now, okay? I am telling you, that's a false equivalency because the guns, one, are nowhere near as common. Two, we don't see them at all, basically, in Star Wars compared to tarps, which we see multiple times, all right? Not only that, the guns are only ever used by factions that aren't the stormtroopers. Guess what? Multiple of the examples of people using tarps in Star Wars were the Republic. So not only are they used by the faction that was used, they're used very commonly, and they are like the perfect thing to use alongside the vehicle that we've only seen used like once. I mean, it's not that big of a jump in logic to assume that they could just use a tarp and that they most likely have in situations where they've needed it. Okay, now I'll join back the call that I've said all my shit. All right, I'm calling him now. Did you listen to what I said on stream? Did you listen to what I said on stream? Yes or no?
I'm hearing myself twice.
He's hearing himself twice.
You. What I'm saying is that, like, obviously, you're saying more accurate.
Is he cutting out for anyone else? Hangry Johnny, is he cutting out for you? Because I don't hear him.
Who's Hangry Johnny? You have dementia. You need to watch.
I don't. Okay, now you're just trying to gaslight me, and that is very condescending, and I don't appreciate
You
it.
were just saying
Yeah, we can't hear you well, dude. Not gonna lie, we can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, let me finish. Let me fucking finish.
Well, no, because I don't know. No, you have to start over because I don't know what you said.
Okay. So, what would be a more accurate analogy, I guess, would be if I were you and I was using your stupid argument, I could go ahead and say, we know there's billions of starfighters, of TIE fighters, and we only probably see like 1% of the TIE fighters that exist in Star Wars. So I'm going to say that all other TIE fighters have ray shields because we don't know and we haven't seen all the other TIE fighters.
I'm angry about the Star Wars fan you guys are, but I think this argument is going way overboard. Listen, Two-Dad takes everything a little overboard. Don't worry, he's like that, you know.
I will argue with this guy.
I don't understand what Two-Dad said, not gonna lie, or Big Monkey Nuts said.
Fuck you, mate. Hey, mate. You have no rebuttal to my thing.
I didn't hear what you said. I couldn't hear what you said.
Can you hear what I'm saying then?
Yes, I can hear what you're saying.
I'm saying that your arguments are like me saying, because we know that there are billions of TIE fighters in Star Wars.
Okay, yeah, I did hear that argument. No, that is not. That's not the same one, because it's been explicitly stated by characters in universe that TIE fighters, on average, don't have shields. 2, we see TIE fighters multiple times.
We see the AT-OT.
Once. We see the AT-OT once.
You have to base it off of that one time
Here's the thing. The way TARPs work, they don't even have to be part of the AT-OT in order to be used with it, whereas shields would. Shields would have to be. Shields, again, this is an entirely false equivalency that you're making up.
What the gun thing still works, because what you're saying is that they don't use it, but what you're saying is that they should use TARPs because it's logical that they would use them. But logic does not exist in Star Wars.
Not only because it's logical that they would use them, because they exist in Star Wars. We've been shown that they exist. We've been shown that they are used by the same faction that uses the AT-OT, and that our sample size of AT-OT appearances is literally 1. All of the information we have about the AT-OT
have to base it off of that sample size.
Yeah,
you have to base it off of that.
When we have such little information, obviously we're gonna have to make certain assumptions. How the fuck do you think people make dinosaur renditions? And they keep iterating on that based off of new information that they get. But the fact is, we don't have new information. If they didn't have the ability to use a TARP along with it, then they wouldn't be using it on Felucia, of all planets.
But they are, and they don't. That's why they're bad vehicles.
They're not. If they were bad vehicles, they would have fucking retired them. Or just used an ATT. Because that was all the way at the end of the Clone Wars.
Because you could say that about TIE fighters.
Because TIE fighters were super cheap, and we know that the Empire used TIE fighters as a cost-cutting measure.
Yeah, but we know that they're super ineffective. Saying that they were
effective in large enough numbers.
They never do anything. Saying that something is like stupid and wouldn't be realistic in Star Wars doesn't make sense, because things are stupid and they are unrealistic. There is not logic in Star Wars. Star Wars is not logical. You can't be like, because it's logical for them to use TARPs, they would use TARPs. Because by that point, you could say, because it's logical for Star Wars,
you're just wrong about this. You can obviously assume that people are going to use something because it's logical. Because
you can't. No, they don't use logic. Star Wars is not logical. No, they don't.
Maybe they don't use it, like they don't use as much as you would like, but they do have logic.
They do not have. They literally say in Star Wars Rebels that putting on the Stormtrooper helmet makes you a worse shot, and despite that's an actual fact, Stormtroopers still use Stormtrooper helmets. Because if they stop
because they'll get in fucking trouble because they're under a Nazi regime.
Why would the Empire do something?
Vigo? I'm doing good. I'm arguing with Big Monkey Nuts over Star Wars things.
Viggo Mortensen. This isn't Lord of the Rings. You're talking Star Wars. It doesn't even make sense. Your arguments are all based on assumptions. And acting like
because
Star Wars
we have a sample size of 1.
And you have to base it off of that sample size of 1. You can't assume that all AT-OT...
I'm not basing it only on the sample size of 1 of the AT-OT. I'm also combining that with the sample size of how often they use TARPs.
If you're trying to tell me that the AT-OT is a good vehicle, then what does it have that an AT-TE doesn't?
Cargo space.
No, it doesn't, because there's no cargo space there. There's just seats for troops.
Obviously, those are removable.
No, you can't say that because you don't. That's just based on assumptions.
Also, okay, let's say they're not removable. Hey, big assumption here. Maybe you can put things on the seat.
And it's not good cargo because you have to balance it on seats. What?
There's seats on either side. You then have 2 points of contact.
Also, how does the cargo get there? How does the cargo get there?
What do you mean? How does
Is there
the
like a
cargo
ramp?
get there? Get
But do you
there?
assume
Yeah,
that-
there is a ramp.
I don't see a ramp.
Every single version of the
You can't-
ATOT that we've seen outside of the universe, like as in like merch and stuff, has a ramp there at the back.
Then you can't base it on that. Because if you're gonna do that, then you have to assume that the ramp is like in the Lego one, where it's super steep.
The Lego
and
one
it's
isn't the only
unrealistic.
one. The Lego one isn't the only one. There's a Hasbro one.
I'm looking at. I've never seen.
Look up Hasbro ATOT.
First of all, this isn't even a good way of saying this because oftentimes the toys are not based on.
Sure,
What?
but when
I
they're
haven't
the
seen
only
this.
information
Wait,
we have.
This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. I can't find it. You just made this up.
ATOT toy. Okay, it's not
You fucking
Hasbro.
crazy. You made this up. You fucking made this
I
up.
didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You completely made this up.
I could have sworn I've seen like a Hasbro or like a fully
No,
molded one.
you literally just
No,
made this up.
I swear to God, I've seen an ATOT toy somewhere. I'm looking on Google Images. Titanium series diecast. They have the diecast of that, but that's not. No, I was talking about a bigger plastic one. ATOT and it's not Hasbro, but there's a titanium die cast, but that doesn't have any like play features or movable things.
Do you see a tarp in any of the toys?
Fuck you.
Also, simply look at the legs. Again, the legs do not have enough.
Nighttime. Sorry, chat. I abandoned you a bit to look at
What?
Google images of. I'm not talking to you.
What are you talking about, chat? Are you insane?
I'm talking to
You need to wake
Vigo.
up, man.
Hi, Vigo.
Vi-
How's your day
Who's
going?
Vigo? Who is Vigo? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking to Vigo, who said hello, fishy. How are you doing a while ago?
You promised you would start going to therapy for this. You promised.
I'm
you need
not
help.
crazy. Good, just existing.
You
Hey,
need.
It's better than not existing.
Oh my god, he's talking to himself again. Oh, dude.
I'm getting
Existing?
shot at.
They don't exist. They don't exist. What? No, you're not.
Why are you
need
saying
to wake
Vigo
up, man.
doesn't exist, man? That's rude.
Because you made him up.
Vigo
made
just said
up.
he was existing. Come on.
It's like
Are you calling Vigo a liar?
Okay,
Listen,
I'm sorry.
If he were a liar, he
I'm
would tell
sorry
me,
to your-
Vigo, are you lying about
I'm
existing?
sorry to your imaginary friend. You need to wake up into
You
reality.
might be
man.
talking about a Lego. No, I know about the Lego ATOT, but the ramp on the Lego ATOT is like super steep and impractical
Also,
for them to
there
go
is
ahead
just-
and move things on. See, Vigo
Also,
says
the-
no. Obviously, they're not lying about existing.
Who are you talking about?
Vigo can't lie.
You're okay, stop trying to distract me with your dementia, okay? You can't. I'm looking at the ATOT right now. How would they put a tarp on it? You can't just pretend like something can happen when it can't.
You can. Yes, you. It's not hard to put a tarp on literally anything.
But you can't. But it's Star Wars. It doesn't have. It's not logical. There's no logic in Star Wars.
You're insane.
Unless the logic is based in Star Wars, and in Star Wars,
In
vehicles
Star
are
Wars,
stupid all
tarps
the.
exist and they function in the exact same way that they do in
Yes.
real life.
But by that point, you could
okay,
say-
I am also
That's
going
like
to make
saying-
the bold
that's like
assumption
saying
that they
in
have
Star
the ability
Wars-
to put a tarp over a bark speeder.
Oh, they can't because they don't show that. Like,
But
okay,
they
you could say
they very clearly
You-
could. It follows internal consistency.
okay, You could say that, but that you can't just say, "Oh, bark speeders can just do that," because that's not something that like you could say. Oh
What
yeah,
do
they
you
could.
mean? No,
It
I'm not
doesn't
saying
make
bark
any
speeders can do
sense.
that. I'm saying tarps can do that with bark speeders.
You're acting like the AT. You're making up for faults of a design by assuming things that would fix the design, but at that point you're changing
In
the
Star Wars, they
design.
have spaceships that can travel into hyperspace and shoot lasers. They are nowhere near to our tech. Exactly. Obviously, they have tarps if they
Yet
don't, if
they
they have all
still
that.
they don't follow logic. I'm not saying that like they don't follow logic. In Star Wars, it doesn't make sense. Saying that they can put a
But
tarp on
tarps
an
do.
AT-OT.
So fuck it.
Tarps are barely. You can't just say that they use tarps if they
Every
don't use
portrayal,
tarps.
they do use tarps.
They don't. I'm looking at the images right now. There
Of
is
the
no
ATO,
tarp.
no, I'm saying the people in Star Wars. I'm saying tarps exist and they function exactly how they do in real life.
But that is like saying in Star Wars, Beskar exists, so they could just put Beskar on a
No,
droid, and
because
then the droid would
Beskar
be
is no,
indestructible.
because Beskar is specifically made described to be as super rare. So clearly, it's not. It doesn't. It would be a logistics nightmare to make a Beskar droid army.
How would it be more? I'm not saying about an army. I said one droid.
Or even
Technically, you could
making
say,
one droid would be a logistics nightmare and really not that much of an advantage. It wouldn't be, again, because of logic, we
okay,
can assume that they don't do that.
and it's like saying the Empire could use more interdictors, but they won't because
Okay,
that's just
now you're just distracting from the actual point. ATOTs
Okay,
are
the
useful.
point I'm trying to make is that you can't assume that they can do something because it's in their ability and because it's logical. Because at that point,
You
you're
literally
like
can.
outside of. Because that doesn't make sense. Because that's like saying, why don't stormtroopers like use fucking take off their helmets when they're in dire situations and they need to aim? At that point, you're changing Star Wars.
You're just wrong and you know it.
That's like saying, why don't they put shields on ATSTs?
Why don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Because at that point, it doesn't make sense. It's not an ATST if it has a shield.
Okay, but like an ATOT with a tarp isn't no longer an ATOT.
It's not an ATOT that exists in the universe because we have no basis for it existing. Like my point is, you can't
you're
just
assuming that no modifications could ever be made to the ATOT in Star Wars because the one
If
time
I
we saw
don't-
an ATOT, it didn't have any modifications. That's
If I don't
stupid ass
see it,
logic.
if I don't see it, then I can't just
There was
assume
actually
they
a
can do
lightsaber
something.
resistant battle droid made, but Palpatine gave the cords to the Jedi and they took out the factory. Yeah, the B3, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
but
like
I
made
don't
out
know
of
if that-
cortosis. Not Beskar.
But there's actual. Yeah, well, I don't know if Cortosis is even canon anymore. 'Cause
Yeah, it
I
is.
haven't
It was
seen
in the
that.
Acolyte.
Why does no one use it?
Probably also because it's rare. But tarps aren't rare.
First of all, they are. I barely ever see tarps in Star Wars.
Dude, you see tarps all the time.
What are you talking about?
The
Who
Ewoks
watches
use
Star Wars?
tarps. The lemurs in that one episode of Clone Wars use tarps. The Felucians, when they're like with the bounty hunters and stuff, they use tarps. Hell, even like in the background of like the skeleton
I have
crew,
never
so
seen
many.
a tarp. I have never seen a tarp on a vehicle. Also, saying that they can put a tarp on the ATOT by that logic, why don't they just put a roof on it?
Because that
Would it
would
really
be
be
because that would remove the actual purpose of the ATOT. The purpose of the ATOT is being an open-roofed vehicle that doesn't have limitations past its actual strength to be able to
Why is
hold
it
cargo.
open roofed? Why is it open roofed?
Because having a closed roof puts a limitation on the volume and shape of something that you can put in its cargo bay.
But
Whereas
it's super
removing the
high
roof
in the air.
frees it up.
It's super high up in the air. It's super hard to get things on there. Also, it's a troop transport. It's not even a cargo transport.
It is a cargo
If you look at
transport.
the images, there are people inside it, meaning it is a troop transport. You can't assume it's a cargo transport.
Yes, I
Every
can.
image of it, has seats. Every image of it has seats. It
The
is
purpose of the
expressly
AT-AT is
meant.
to transport clones mainly. That's the only thing we've seen it be used for. But
Yeah, because
clearly,
you
the
have to
only
include
advantage.
that.
It makes so much more sense to be a cargo transport because of
But
the
Star
open
Wars
turret.
doesn't make sense. But Star
It
Wars doesn't make
does.
sense. Star Wars never makes any sense. You can't just okay. Look at the AT-OT. Why does it have 4 legs? That will impede its
No,
walking.
you
If
know
it
why it
had
has
6 legs,
4 legs? Because it needs the strength to be able to carry large cargo loads.
if they're right next to each other. If you look at the
They
AT-AT or the
have enough
AT-TT,
space to move that they were able to do
I'm
a walking
looking at the
animation.
image. I'm looking at the image right now. They don't have any space at all. It would have to be moving so
No.
slow if
Look
it
at the
wanted to
clip
move.
from Revenge of the Sith. It's walking. It's moving. Clearly, it can.
You yourself aren't using the clip because you don't want to acknowledge the one
Okay,
piece of
first of all, the
information we
AT-OT
have
has 8
about it.
legs. Yes, the AT-OT has 8 legs.
Yes, I'm saying that the ATTE has
Not
6, and there's no
4,
reason.
too, Dad.
I'm saying at one side. I'm saying 8. Yeah, obviously I'm at 8. Also, why do you assume that it's heavier than an ATT? What
I
about
don't
it
assume it's
makes it
heavier. I
heavier?
assume that each leg has a certain weight, like, because the legs are the same design as the ATTE legs. So
Why doesn't
clearly,
it have 6
having
legs?
2 extra legs is for weight management, to be able to carry heavier things without, it's like asking why do 18-wheelers have 18 wheels? Because they're bigger and they need extra wheels.
That's
If
a
you
good point. By
only
your
put it
logic,
on 4
by
wheels,
your
then they're
logic,
gonna
why
pop.
doesn't your logic? You could just say, why doesn't it have wheels?
What do you
You're
mean?
assuming that it can hold cargo, despite the fact that it only has seats. It does not have a place for cargo.
You can put things on top of the seats.
Why would it? Okay, but then you're acting like it's designed for cargo when it's not. It's designed for only troop transport
No,
because there
it's
are
not
only
designed for
troops
only
there.
troop transport. You know what?
It is. Look at the image. Look at the image. There's just
There's a
troops
tank
there.
that
There
has
is no
wheels that the
cargo.
clones use. Yeah, the turbo tank.
Yeah. Also,
That's cool.
How is this more effective than a turbo
No,
tank? How is
okay,
it more
no.
effective
You know
than
what?
an
I'm
AT?
emailing George Lucas right now.
Dude, George Lucas is not gonna. Dude,
I'm
you think
emailing
George
him
Lucas
right
cares?
now.
You
Public
think George
relation-
Lucas cares though?
I'm gonna email George Lucas and be like, hey, George Lucas, question. The AT-OT, which was designed for a background scene of Revenge of the Sith, do you think this was primarily a cargo transport or a troop transport?
That is ridiculous that you're asking him if you think that it is a cargo transport, despite that a cargo transport when you know it is a troop transport.
It is both.
You're just
It
making-
can be both.
No, it is not. You are making something up about it.
It can very
You're just
clearly be both.
Okay, remember that one tiny ship from that was a Lego set that was gonna show up in The Last Jedi? That was super shitty. It had wheels and it didn't show up in the final cut. They made a Lego set on it.
I have no idea what you're talking
assume-
about. The little turret with legs?
Yeah, I can assume that ship is stupid, despite the fact that it has.
It actually
super
did
little
show up in the
information
movie, just
about
in the background of the scene where Admiral Hux does his thing. Fuck.
Okay,
Oh.
and I can assume that ship is stupid. But someone like you could argue, oh, you don't know that it's stupid. It might be super cool.
It might
But
be.
no, but you have to go based off what you know. You can't be like, someone could just assume
Yeah,
that, oh,
and I know
actually,
that tarps
thing,
fit over the fucking AT-OT.
at that point, you could be like, oh, I'm gonna assume that tiny little shitty walker can run into a sprint, can extend its legs and do jumps and backflips. Because the one time we saw
the
it,
AT-RT could.
we don't know if it. Yeah, but it's not the ATRT. The ATRT is tiny. I'm talking about that giant walker thing from The Last Jedi. You could say because it only showed up once, you can just assume it can do backflips.
Okay, no, but assuming it's like specific specifications is a completely different thing than assuming that you can put a tarp on something. It doesn't matter what truck. It
You are
no.
changing
In real
the
life,
design.
in real life, if I tell you I have a Cybertruck or I tell you I have a Ford F-150, it doesn't
Why would you
matter
have
which
a
one I
Cybertruck?
have. I can
Why
put
would
a
you have
fucking
Cybertruck? That is weird.
It's a fucking example because it's entirely different from the other option I chose. Anyway,
Also,
it doesn't matter
if you're
what the
talking about
specifications
Star
of the
Wars-
truck are, I could put a tarp on it because of how tarps work.
But that would mean you're using real life logic, which Star Wars does not have.
It literally
because in real life,
does.
Star Wars does not have real life logic. Wheels
The
are
new
more
class
effective
transport
than
shuttle
walkers.
was used to transport cargo via land. Which one's the new class cargo? Listen, new class transport shuttle. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I remember the Lego set of that one. It had like the flick fire missiles things. I mean,
Yeah, also,
sure.
why are you?
I'm not sure what your argument there was, Vigo.
He does bring up a good point. That also, you're assuming that it's a cargo ship when the Republic has way other better options to transport cargo. Why would they use an ATOT?
I mean, there's obviously gonna be situations where a flying starship, for example, what if you have to get through ray shields? Ships can't fly through ray shields.
You can just unload the cargo, like, not in the ray shield? Because if you're in the ray shield, you're in the enemy
Well, at that point,
territory.
you don't have to go through the ray shield. My hypothetical was if you have to go through a ray shield. What?
Also,
Then
there's
you're going to
nothing
want to
to
use an
there's no
ATOT
reason
because
to
it doesn't
assume
use
that you can't-
repulsor lifts.
Then why wouldn't you use an ATP?
No, yeah, tanks can go. It's specifically hover tanks that can't go through, but walkers can. Walkers can go through.
Wait,
It's because what
wait.
ray shields block from hover tanks is the repulsor lifts, which are what make it hover. Thank you. And that also blocks ships, and that also, you know, obviously. But yeah, droids and walkers can go through ray shields. No, I got pinged in Texas Plus. Sorry, give me a second.
What? You got paint?
Pinged. Oh, they sent me another video of the salmon exploding. Okay.
What the fuck? Did they just send you a snuff film?
Yes.
What?
I get sent a lot of snuff.
What? What are you talking about?
Just look in QA. No! No! Oh, no! Oh my god. Holy shit. I turned around for 1 minute. Oh, the invite to the Discord has expired? Wait, sorry, give me a second. I just gotta... No, I was telling Two Dad because he's in the Discord. Let me get somewhere safe.
This thing makes me... It wants me to sign up for...
Somebody basically sent me a video of salmons exploding.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
don't
on Instagram. If you want to join the Discord, you're not really going to be able to see that because in like the Discord for the Minecraft server, like it's a sub Discord, but that's also where I'm most active. Where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to find the invite.
What the fuck?
Here it is. Okay, I'm healing. I'm healing.
Actually, you should try using totems more often.
Totems?
Yeah.
I don't have totems in this world.
I cannot believe you're doing the chip thing on stream. Are you fucking serious?
I was hungry.
What?
What?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I was hungry.
Listen, the point of the matter is the argument ends this way. You are assuming that things about the ATOT that are based on what it is not shown, which you can't do. You can't
No,
assume
the point of
something.
the argument is you're comparing the ATOT to vehicles that it is not meant to be compared to. It fills a completely different role than what you
What role
are
does it?
suggesting.
You think it fills a role?
Obviously, if you were to
You
use
are
the
making up. You are making up the idea that it is a cargo ship when it is not a cargo vehicle. You are making that up.
it very clearly is.
That is made up. You cannot say that. It is every image of it. There are seats in the back of it.
Okay.
They don't, and also you're saying they look removable. They don't look removable to me. There's nothing to indicate that you could remove those.
Dude, just remove them. What do you mean?
See, you're just straight up assuming stuff about it.
Just like pick them up and throw them over the side. I don't get it.
You can't pick them up. They're part of the ship. If you look at the design,
you're assuming things. You're assuming things about the ship. They could just have like a screw. They could just have a screw for all you know.
I'm assuming because the chairs are literally.
We've never seen someone we haven't seen someone be unable to remove them, so you're assuming that they can't be removed.
I am assuming because I'm not. Well, actually, it's not an assumption.
It is an assumption. It's very much an assumption.
Looking at the image. I'm looking at the image right now. The seats are like brick. Like there's sections in it. There's a place for them to put their legs.
Was designed to use to primarily transport infantry and cargo. Boom. According to Wikipedia.
But there's no cargo. But there's no cargo.
According to Wikipedia, which you used as a source earlier when it was convenient to you.
I use Wikipedia because, okay, if you're going to use Wikipedia, then I can look up, are there architects at the Battle of Endor?
No, I have not set the precedent that I have to accept Wikipedia as a source. You have.
What? That's your argument. You're using it against
you
me.
Have to, exactly, I am using it against you because you set the precedent that you accept Wikipedia as a source, as a reliable source.
I said that in the case of, like, battles. I specifically said I would believe Wikipedia when it comes to what ships were at certain battles.
So basically only when it's in favor of your arguments.
Not at the specifications, because I've also looked at the ATOT in Wikipedia, and it says that it goes at a speed which doesn't make any sense. It says that it's faster than, like, a car, that doesn't make any sense, because you're realistically seeing that going this fast. I don't remember what it was. It said it was going at like.
How slow do you think cars are? All cars are faster than all walkers. What?
Not in this one. It was saying it was going at like 150 miles per hour, which doesn't make any sense.
Oh. But you already set the precedent, so you have to accept that.
ATOT top speed. It says 250 kilometers per hour, or 155 miles per hour. You believe that? You believe that the ATOT goes at 150 miles per hour?
I don't, but you do, because Wikipedia said it, and you accept Wikipedia as a source.
When I said I accept Wikipedia as a source, I expressly said first, I do not believe the statistics that it says.
No.
Also, that doesn't change the fact you're acting okay. Wait, on Wikipedia, it says it is mainly a transport for people and also cargo. It says.
Yeah, mainly people and cargo.
Does it say on Wikipedia that? Does it say on Wikipedia that it has a tarp? No. So you can't just assume that it has a tarp.
I'm not saying that it has a tarp. I'm saying that people can use a tarp with it in the specific situation that you proposed of it raining.
There's also. First of all, but you can't say that. You can't just assume something about a vehicle because it makes sense.
I'm not assuming it about the vehicle. I'm assuming it about the people that would use the vehicle.
Look at the image of it. What's to stop someone from throwing a grenade up into there? It's like a basket to catch grenades.
Nothing, because it's not a fucking tank.
Then why is it in the battle
Vigo says that the ATOT goes a maximum 55 kilometers an hour.
When I look it up, it says 155.
Oh, there goes the diamond axe that I made for this.
Also, what if you're saying that it's not meant to be used in a battle? Then how come the one time we saw it, it was like one of the only vehicles in a battle?
They weren't in a
In the
battle. What?
Yes, they were. In the Felucia scene, you can see in the background lined up spider droids and tanks.
Yeah, but they
They're about
weren't.
to be in a, they were about to be in a battle, and the ATOTs were in the front lines that were going to be in that battle.
No, they weren't. They were like in the middle.
Okay, there was literally like 4 things in front of them.
Yeah.
There's speed,
And there were
there's
like 3
swamp
things
speeder,
behind them. What's your point?
there's 2 swamp speeders and an ATTE. That's all that's in front of it from being part of a battle, obviously, and it has turrets.
But it's not in the heat of battle. Like, obviously, it's an armored pickup truck. It's not a tank.
What are you trying to... I'm not saying it's a tank. I'm saying that it's a bad transport because this has no advantages to those troopers just being in the ATT.
You're just in... It has advantages. You're just
What
not
is the
wanting to
advantage?
accept them.
What is the advantage? What?
The
Why
cargo
would you
advantage.
think-
It has the cargo advantage.
But it's not using cargo. In the scene we see it, it's being used to transport troops.
Well, how do you know they didn't just drop everything off?
What do you mean?
They could be on their way back from dropping their cargo off.
Why would the troops get it? What?
It could be empty. They could
What?
have no cargo
Then why
because
is
they
it in
arrived
the
at their
scene?
location, dropped off the cargo, and what we see in the movie is them heading back.
So you're telling me it's easier for them to drop off the cargo, then install all the chairs? Also, you're not even mentioning the fact that if you look at the image, there's literally spaces for the chairs. I don't see how you think these are removable. It looks stuck in place. There's benches and there's like a little hallway where they would put their feet.
You're assuming that they're not removable.
Yes. Because if I look at the image, they're not removable. There would be a big indent there that would not be optimal for transportation.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain this without showing you the image. If you look up the image of the ATOT...
Send me the image. Send me the image you're looking at. Had to send a DM to where? Oh, you sent a DM to me? Ha! What? Okay, the ATOT was meant to more easily transport troops while it stays in the back and deploys the clones, while the tanks, like the ATTE, go out to the front to deal heavy damage, and tank so that the ATOT can deploy all of its troops, and the 4 cannons it has is to defend itself. It was never meant to actually fight. It can. That is why the ATT and many other tanks were created to fight in the front line. Thank you! I fully agree.
That doesn't change that it's still a bad vehicle. There's nothing to protect it from the sides. Someone could
What do
still
you
just
mean?
run up with a grenade.
Dude, just duck.
Just dunk?
Yeah. It's the same as using any other barrier. Which
I'm saying if someone throws a grenade up there, it's completely useless. You could simply
so
go
it's
off
the
of the
same
fact,
as any other command center. So
okay, you could simply go off the fact that, okay, it's a transport. Like, why are the walls so low? Like, why are the troopers so exposed to anything? Also, if you look at the image,
so they can shoot over the wall.
But that doesn't change the fact that that's less effective than if they're in like an ATT.
No, because if they're in an ATT, they can't shoot out at all.
But it's bunching them all up into one little area where they can all die instantly if someone just happens to throw a grenade there.
That's the thing. It's not going to be put in that position because it's not going to be in the front lines because that's not what the fuck the ATOT was made for.
How is it more effective then? If it's just transporting troops, how is it more effective than a gunship, which can go in, drop troops, and then fly away?
It has the advantages of being a walker. It's just a different use case.
Walkers are less useful than ships.
No, they can go into a more cramped area than a gunship. They can...
Barely. It's huge. It's ginormous. It doesn't look like it could go into that many places that a gunship wouldn't.
It can, because gunships move faster, so they wouldn't be able to maneuver. Like, maneuvering a gunship through a tight area like that is going to be much harder and probably more expensive. Hover tanks are
More expensive?
Yeah, I'm
If you're
guarantee
going
you that fueling a gunship and fueling like a walker, I guarantee you the walker's cheaper to fuel. The ATO2
Okay,
was
I'm
never in the
gonna
front
go-
lines. It was kept in the back
I'm
to
gonna-
deploy troops while being protected, and the other tanks already developed deployed clones. Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna go off of your logic then. If it's so effective, then why does it not show up in the Clone Wars? Because you're saying that your arguments against the other things were that they didn't show up in that many things with the Architans. You were like, we don't know what they did. We know what happened in the Clone Wars. They never show up there, and they're never used to transport troops.
We don't know.
What do you mean? We do know. In all the Clone Wars, it's not there. It never shows up.
No, I'm saying we don't know why they didn't use it. For all we know, it could have just been super expensive to produce, or maybe there was an issue with the production line and then they weren't able to make as many as they wanted to, or like, we don't know.
If those are issues, then you know they're not effective.
No, because those aren't issues with the model. Those are issues with the deployment and with the what's it called?
You just said it. You said it would be cheaper than a gunship, which I don't understand because a gunship would be way more effective and it could go in and out. And also, a gunship is way less likely to like get destroyed in the process. If you're using real logic like you wanted to, then yeah. How is this more effective than a gunship?
I'm not
at
saying it's
transporting
more
troops or
effective than a
cargo.
gunship. I'm saying it's not useless.
But it's not useful.
Yes, it is.
When you have access to gunships, why would you need this?
I mean, if you need to get through a ray shield. If you need to get through it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No.
Also, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Why are you just standing there?
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I don't know how to.
Oh, you can live this. You have full health. Just stand there and stab him. What? What?
Shit.
Just stab him. Why are you running? Stab him. Turn around and hold up your shield. Oh, your shield's about to break.
Yeah, my shield's about to break.
Oh, then just run to water. Why are you digging? I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should run to water.
I don't have big bodies of water nearby.
Just run. Just run.
No, I can
Keep on running. Don't stop running.
Ooh. Oh, fuck off.
Keep on running. Keep on running.
Dead. I already died.
Oh, I'm watching your stream. I don't know. Yeah, you should have just ran.
I was trying to get the fucking water bucket because there's no nearby bodies of water.
He could have just ran. Let me tell you, folks, he could have just ran. What the fuck? That tree just grew.
Yeah, they do that.
Okay. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I think our argument has come to an
The
impasse.
ATOT was deployed by a ship that carried it to the ground. Yeah, the dropship. What? I don't get it. What was the point of the dropship? I want to understand what you were saying.
Doesn't that make it more expensive because you're having to use a dropship than just a regular gunship?
I mean, that's the same as any other walker.
Yeah, but other walkers are used.
It
as
has the
tanks,
advantages.
not
It has all the
transport.
same advantages that any other walker would have.
No, it doesn't, because other walkers are tanks, not cargo transport ships that are not meant to be in battle. You already admitted
No,
that
it's
not
meant to be in battle. It's not meant to be on the front lines and like aggressively like in the midst of battle. It's like I said, I keep comparing it to a modified pickup truck with like a few machine guns strapped to the side. Like it's like something a militia would use to like, you know, to transport their people, to transport cargo while being able to defend itself in a tight spot. Like it's
And it's not a good comparison because at that point, then I'm comparing it to a gunship, which would be a flying cargo thing that's fully encased, way more effective, easier to deploy, because you don't have to use another cargo thing to drop it off. You can just use a Republic gunship. I admit that, yeah, I guess if there's a ray shield, then it would be useful, but it would only ever be useful in that
Not only if it's a
super
ray shield,
specific scenario.
if you just don't want to be seen in the fucking skies, like
It is ginormous. It is
on
way more of a
Felucia,
target.
it has more of an advantage of being able to take advantage of cover than any ship would be able to. Ships rely on their ability to dodge rather than their ability to.
On Felucia specifically, it would be ineffective because there's so many places for droids to hide and just wait and then throw a grenade into it.
Not if they don't know it's there. Also,
but it's huge. It's giant. Like, I'll give it to you. If this thing had wheels instead of it being a walker, then I would be completely fine with it. But it's super slow. It has walker. It has legs.
No, but you can say that about any walker. Come on.
No, because what do you mean? I don't think an AT-AT would not be better if it had wheels.
Dude, an AT-AT with wheels is just a turbo tank. Yeah, it would be better.
That is not the same. The AT-AT does not have side blasters or anything.
Dude, the turbo tank was literally like one of the first designs for an AT-AT. Like it was, like when they were making Revenge of the Sith, they used the first concept arts of the AT-AT, which was the turbo tank, to make the turbo tank.
But that doesn't change the fact that an AT-AT has way more advantages. Also, I'm not saying a turbo tank isn't still used. No, I'm not saying that. A turbo tank is still super useful, and it doesn't make sense that.
I'm saying that the wheel argument, you can make it about any. You can make it about any walker because walkers are just ineffective, and the only reason they exist in Star Wars is because they're cool.
I'm saying it's fine for something to exist in Star Wars and for you to just accept that it's a bad vehicle, like the AT-OT. That it's just not as useful as a gunship would be. It does nothing that a gunship couldn't.
I'm not saying that no vehicles in Star Wars are, like, bad ideas. I'm saying the AT-OT specifically isn't a bad idea.
It is a bad... What does it do that a gunship can't? Apart from go through ray shields, which is just not something that I could imagine. It can take advantage of
cover. By the looks of it, it can carry more cargo. It doesn't have the limitation of having a roof with cargo.
Yeah, but a gunship... Dude, it's so slow that a gunship could go off, drop off stuff, then go back and drop off stuff again.
No, that all depends on the distance and what's between the two areas. Come on, there's a lot more factors to consider here.
Yeah, but it's super slow.
Oh, sorry, wait, Vigo's asking, both of you, who is your favorite clone trooper? I gotta go with Hardcase.
Okay, first of all, there's one objective correct answer. I'm sorry. You said the wrong one. 99. No, wait, I thought it was sixes.
Oh, sixes. You're right.
Yeah, sixes. He's the best. Canonically, sixes. I think he bitch slapped. No, he's canonical. No. Sixes is canon. You can't tell me sixes isn't canon. Canonically, sixes bitch slapped Grievous. He also canonically, when Sidious called him to Order 66, Sidious was like, "Oh shit, I miscalled you," and then he had to apologize.
Sorry, wrong number.
So much.
Oh, all right. Later, Vigo. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and defending me in my AT-OT rant.
You found the only Star Wars fan that would ever agree with you on this.
I guarantee you there are more of us.
There's 5. There is 5.
No.
You should go in the Guinness World of Book Records because no one would ever agree with you on this.
How is this a world record?
Because somehow the two people that think that the AT-OT isn't a stupid vehicle happen to find each other.
What would the record be? Most people who like the AT-OT on YouTube?
Yes.
Comments?
Yes.
What,
yes, it would be that. I'm just saying it's rare. Most people agree with me on this.
Yes, most stupid people.
Also, you were just blatantly wrong about the fleet thing.
Oh, fuck you. No, I was not, and you know it.
Well, no, I agree with the cart's ladder's logic. I don't want to be. I don't want to just pull out the. Oh, this person's more qualified than you, but legitimately, yeah.
Dude, you have not given me a good argument as to why we can assume what the average Imperial fleet is.
Because we can. We've seen thousands of Imperial fleets.
Not. We have not seen thousands. We have at the most seen hundreds.
I'm sure you. If you're looking through all the different depictions of all the storylines of Star Wars, all the comics, all the books,
we're looking at canon, and we have not breached 1,000.
I never said. Wait. I never said canon. I didn't say canon. I never said
Legends,
canon.
Then they have like a million different more super weapons. Doesn't matter what fucking fleet.
The super weapons would still not be part of their average fleet.
Even then, we don't
canon
have
and
enough.
Legends.
My argument still stands that we don't have enough of a large enough data pool to be able to pull.
Any data pool is a large enough data pool to pull out an average.
Oh my god! You have you guys studied statistics yet?
What? You guys?
Yeah, like you in your high school. Estadística, ¿no te han enseñado estadística?
Don't talk about my personal life, man. Dude, don't do that. Don't talk about that.
Like statistics 101 that
you
the smaller a pool size.
You just said something about me that's personal. That's weird, man. Cut that out. Cut that out.
It's a live stream. I can't do that.
Cut it out. That was weird, man.
Not a thing. Anyway, it is
also,
statistics 101 that the smaller a pool size is, the more likely it is to be inaccurate.
You have to base it off of what you know. You can't just assume things. And also, it's a hypothetical. You're not supposed to take it serious. Like, you're not supposed to be like, oh,
you're about to say you're not supposed to take it seriously when we've been in a call for like 3 hours arguing about this? Fuck you.
It is.
Fuck you.
It is Star Wars. It is fucking Star Wars. You can just base it off of what you know. You don't have to be like you don't have to be like, oh, it's a galaxy-wide thing. You've constantly tried to involve real logic into this, which doesn't make any sense.
Of course I'm gonna involve real logic. That's how I involve real logic in literally everything. That's how I navigate the world around me.
But but it's a fiction. It's an act of fiction. It doesn't use real world logic.
If I'm not gonna use real world logic, then I'm gonna say, oh, the ATOT has like ray shields that I'm just gonna like, if I'm not using logic, then I'm just gonna be like, the ATOT can actually also fly and was worth $2. And they only didn't use them because Palpatine was like, you know what? We're gonna win the Clone Wars immediately if we use the ATOT everywhere, and I don't want that because, like.
I'm saying
if I'm not using logic, then that's what my argument is. If we're not using logic, then that's why the ATOT is useful.
I'm saying that if you're going to use talking about fiction in hypotheticals, you have to use the logic of that universe. You can't.
Which I have.
No, you haven't. You were talking about like
in the universe. We've seen tarps. We've seen the people in the same faction use tarps. We've seen how tarps work exactly the same as in our reality.
You don't see them used on the vehicle you're talking about, so you can't just
It's still consistent with the internal logic that they would be able to use a tarp on the ATOT.
You're making up stuff about the universe that isn't true. Also, just because it exists in the universe doesn't mean that they'll use it.
I'm not saying that it's something that existed once in the universe. No, these are things that they have been known to use.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they will use it because they're not smart when it comes to it. Star Wars is not logical. They don't make good decisions. Their things are not based on logic. It doesn't make any sense if you're fighting in space to fight each other like it's a starship, like it's a pirate ship, and only attack each other from the side. Every fleet battle is organized like it's a game of like Battleship. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, honestly, that I can just chalk up to like, it being easier to understand for the like it's just kind of an accepted convention of warfare.
No, because that's no. The answer is it's stupid that they treat space like it's the ocean, and it's because it's Star Wars. There's some things that are just they happen because it's Star Wars, not because it makes any sense.
They do treat it like space occasionally, but it's treated like a big deal. Like like oh shit.
It's just like how they don't use orbital bombardments when it would make perfect sense. The whole reason they don't do that is because it's Star Wars. They're not going to do something that would be tactically smart. They're going to do something that's going to look cool because it's Star Wars.
Okay, it would look cool for them to put a tarp on it. Boom. Beat you.
Clearly it doesn't because they didn't do that.
Doesn't matter. It would look cool, so they would do it. That's your logic there.
What I'm saying is that I'm basing off of what they do. You're basing it off of what you think it would make sense that they could do.
Which you have to when your sample size of what they would do with it is 1. All information about it is speculation.
You have to base it off of what they do. You can't just be like, oh, they would do this because it would make more sense. You have to base it off of
what I see, and what I see is an open troop transport, which the main advantage to that would be cargo. So yeah, it's a simple logic. It's not a baseless assumption.
It is a baseless assumption.
No, it's
You're
not.
just assuming that
I just explained the base of the assumption to you.
You can't. It doesn't have a tarp on it. That's not a part of it.
But you can assume that they would use it.
No, you can't because it's not on it.
It's fully consistent with their internal logic.
But no, it is not. They have not once done it, so they don't do it. It's like, why wouldn't they just make... You could make so many arguments like that, and the answer is always just going to be, well, they haven't done it, so that wouldn't be realistic.
That is not how logic works.
In Star Wars, I'm saying. You can't use real world... Like, Star Wars isn't based on...
Logic is the same whether it's in real world or in Star Wars.
That is not even remotely true! Space in Star Wars is not even slightly like real life in any way.
But
it shows no similarities.
The differences in the laws of physics have nothing to do with the logic of whether they would think it's a good idea or not to use a tarp.
Star Wars, objectively,
those are
Star Wars
entirely
is not
different things.
Objectively, Star Wars is not tactical. They are not smart when it comes to tactics. So you can't just assume that they would do something because tactically it would make sense.
That's not even tactically it would make sense. Okay, they have used tarps to fucking hide from the rain. Have they not? Yes or no?
I don't remember, but I assume
they did
so, yeah.
in the... Okay, we'll accept that they have. I have an exact example of them doing that in the 2D Clone Wars animated show.
I'm not denying that. I'm obviously not going to try to deny that tarps exist in Star Wars. Yes, I know tarps exist in Star Wars.
They use tarps to hide from the rain. The faction that uses the AT-OT uses tarps. Come on, it's not that big of a... That's not that big of a jump to be like, hey, let's just bring it up onto the vehicle that we're gonna ride.
Your argument, the argument that you're saying is the same as being like, okay, the Empire has access to all the Republic resources, correct? So why don't they use Republic starfighters since they're way more effective?
They did for the entirety of the Bad Batch.
Yeah, but then they dropped them despite the fact that they're still more effective and replaced them with starfighters.
Because of marketing.
Wait, so you're saying that the Empire would sacrifice something that's tactically smart because of marketing?
Yes.
Okay, then they wouldn't. Then the Republic would.
That's why they designed the AT-ATs to be so tall, despite that being such an obvious weak point.
And the AT-OT would not use it because of marketing. The AT-OT, I mean, there's nothing... At that point, you're accepting that Star Wars has bad design, so I don't see why it's so hard to accept that it's a design flaw. The AT-OT has design flaws.
I'm not
Like,
saying.
why is that something that you're?
Okay, you are comparing it. You're saying it's a bad design because you're saying it's a tank or like exclusively a troop
I'm
transport.
saying it's a bad design because it doesn't make any sense in Star Wars, and it's just objectively a bad design. There's nothing wrong with accepting that it is a
Yeah, okay.
stupid
What
design.
makes it a bad design? If it's a like, because
Because
obviously,
the troops are exposed.
but if it's mainly used for cargo and troops, then it clearly has its
Then why?
advantages. It's the
I'm not
same
saying
as
it's
the back of a pickup truck in real life. Like
actually.
it still provides some cover. It's better than nothing. Are you still there? Oh, you got muted.
I had to mute. I had to mute. I'm saying objectively, it's just not. It is a flawed vehicle in comparison to other vehicles, and you can't assume it has a tarp. You just have
No,
to
that's
accept.
the problem. You're comparing it to other vehicles when it's clearly meant to serve a different role than those other vehicles.
Sorry, what did you say? I was distracted.
I said that's the thing. You're comparing it to other vehicles when it's clearly meant to serve a different role than those vehicles.
Transport. I'm comparing it to a gunship, which does a better job at transporting.
The main differences between that are one, that it's a land-based vehicle, and two, that it's open-topped. The gunship has a huge, like a very limiting factor in how much can be fit in its cargo bay, which the ATOT
Also,
does
if it
not.
rains,
Clearly, that's an
if it rains,
advantage.
things are gonna get wet. I don't think that's a good thing. I think raining.
Again, tarp. Again, tarp. That's
You
where
are
the tarp comes in.
inventing something, but you can't just say that. You're inventing that.
We're just going in circles at this point. You're just not going to accept regular, normal logic because you're stupid.
Yes. Okay, yes, that is true. I am not going to accept regular logic in Star Wars. I don't see how that's a controversial take.
Because regular logic should apply to everything.
Not in Star Wars, because they don't make logical decisions.
Yes, they do. They don't make like the best tactical decisions 100% of the time, but people don't do that in real life either.
Star Wars constantly makes ridiculously stupid. If they truly wanted to be efficient, they could just like use guns. Their in-lore explanation for not using guns is that it's morally wrong. Meanwhile, they're literally Sith lords that like torture people on the regular as like a part of their normal routine. What do you mean it's morally wrong to shoot people? Just
what
objectively, there are things
with the ATOT?
I'm saying that objectively in Star Wars, things are not based in logic, and simply people make decisions that are stupid. And people design dumb vehicles.
No, but when there are leaps in logic made, it's usually to serve a purpose of either narrative origins,
not true.
or just for things to look cool, like with the blasters. So they're like, obviously lasers just look cooler. But neither of those reasons exist for the TARP argument.
A lot of the time when they make decisions, it's not because like tactically it's not realistic like bad decisions. It's just because the writers were like, oh, this needs to happen this way.
Potato. Sorry, back when you said hi, apparently my mic was muted. I had responded to you the first time. I've been arguing with Big Monkey Nuts in a VC about Star Wars stuff.
What the fuck?
What?
The point is, you can't just assume something about a ship if it's not, like, unless you see it being used.
I'm not assuming it about the ship, I'm assuming it about the tarps.
Which are not part of the ship and would not be on the ship.
They would be on the ship because they're a completely separate thing that they can use at their leisure.
It's cool
when they feel like it.
Okay, it's cool that you think that, but for example, that's the same as me saying Grievous has killed hundreds of Jedi. Although I'm a Grievous fan and I would love for that to be the case, that's just based on assumption, and it would make sense that Grievous has killed
I
that
would
many
guess more
Jedi.
like dozens. But that
Okay,
is
yeah. Okay, let's
but that
say
is a safe
okay.
assumption.
Realistically,
No, that is a safe assumption to make because one, he has the reputation of a Jedi killer. Two, he has
yes,
multiple lightsabers, not just four. Three, we see
yes,
him kill
I agree.
like that is a
I
logical
agree.
assumption to make, and it is based on real life
And
logic.
I wish I could say that. But as a Grievous fan, I can't deny that if someone wants to like trash talk Grievous and say, "Oh, he's never killed 5 Jedi," then objectively, I can't argue against that because
No,
if
you
I'm basing
can.
it off
You're
of
just.
Star Wars,
Oh, I see what you're doing.
okay,
Oh, no, I see why you're so stuck on the ATOT. It's because you're
what?
huffing copium. You want someone else to be like just as wrong about liking
What?
someone as you
Okay,
are with Grievous. Oh, I
what
get
is
it.
how is
There.
that?
Okay.
How
No,
is that? No,
I'll let you
what I'm
have this.
saying
No,
is that
no, don't
if
worry. I'll let you have it. You don't have to argue anymore.
okay, what I am saying is that if you're going to assume, like, you have to go based on what you know. Or I can say, oh, it makes sense that Boba Fett is like, would not act like the way he does in the Boba Fett show. But objectively, he did act that way, so I can't say that.
Dude, I
If I'm
understand why you need this, so I'm gonna let you have it.
if I'm going, I have to go based on what I know about the thing. I can't just make something up the way you are about making up that Architects were at the Battle of Endor and making up that they used tarps on ATOTs.
Did
It
that
would
feel
make
good?
sense. I agree. It would make sense for them to use Architects at the Battle of Endor and for them to use tarps on ATOTs. Those would all make sense, and those would all be in the ability of, like, those would all be realistic. But they don't.
Did it feel better getting that off your chest now?
Yeah?
Good. I'm glad for you.
Okay. Also, there was just no way you were ever gonna admit that you're wrong in anything. So, like,
I mean, were you?
yeah. I did
No.
it several
I
times.
gave you fully logical explanations for my things, and you aren't able to accept them. Like, there's just no.
Well, most of the time, the person in the chat was right about things. Okay, from this thing, okay, I will admit what has changed about me. What has changed about me is that, yes, I accept that the ATOT is now a cargo vehicle because it says it.
On
However,
Wikipedia.
that doesn't change the fact. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that it is still a stupid vehicle. It doesn't change the fact that it has 8 legs when it should have 6.
Okay, if it's
It
a
doesn't change that
cargo
it's slow.
vehicle, if you accept that it's a cargo
Wait,
vehicle, how is it a bad
I'm not
cargo
done.
vehicle?
I'm not done. I'm not done because there's better options that are cheaper and more used.
How do you know it's
Also,
cheaper? You
I'm not
you
done. I'm
yourself
saying
said, do you have to base things on what we know? How do you know the other things are
yes.
cheaper?
Well, I'm guessing because they're
No,
never used.
you're
in
guessing. No, you have to guess on things you know.
Okay, I'm okay.
So you can't use
I
that as an
assume.
argument for yours.
Okay, then I am saying because they're never used in any scene apart from that, that they're not useful. Also, I'm gonna base off of what I see, and if I see it and it doesn't have a tarp, then I'm not gonna act like it has a tarp.
You know the real reason they didn't use the ATOT? It's because they didn't want to have to make a new model for another walker for their animators to do in the Clone Wars.
Also, it's just not a good vehicle.
Okay, let's go to that point. You admit that it's a cargo vehicle, yes?
I admit that it is a
No, you already said you admit that it's a cargo vehicle.
Not a cargo vehicle, it's a transport of troops and cargo.
Yeah.
You're acting like it's just a cargo
I'm not saying
vehicle.
it's not a troop transport. I'm saying it is a cargo. That doesn't exclude it from being a troop transport.
Oh,
So you accept it is
first
a
of all,
cargo vehicle.
It's a cargo
Let me-
based on Wikipedia.
Do you accept that it is a cargo vehicle? Yes or no?
Based on Wikipedia, that is what it says.
Do you accept it though?
I don't personally agree with Wikipedia most of the time, so no.
So you're not accepting that it's a cargo vehicle. Then we can't advance at all because you previously said you accepted it's a cargo vehicle, and now you're going back on that because you know where I'm gonna go with this, and you know you're gonna lose.
I'm saying, first of all, I've not come close to losing. You just straight up, you just have not listened to what I've said. Like,
You
we just
haven't listened.
disagree on a thing.
You have
This
just
isn't that
basically
one.
been saying "nuh-uh" to everything I've said.
That's what you've been saying to me. When we were arguing about the Architects, I said, I'm looking at the footage, there's
We're
no
talking
Architects.
about
And
the
you said,
ATOT. Stop distracting
What?
from other things.
The thing
Stop
that I said
changing
where
the topic because it's
you're
convenient for you.
mentioning,
The
you're
ATOT
mentioning,
is a
you
cargo
are
vehicle, yes
mentioning,
or no?
okay, you are mentioning the Wikipedia thing because I said that I was basing the starfighters, that I was saying that there would be Architects at the Battle of Endor if it said on Wikipedia. So it makes sense that I'm mentioning that old topic because you are referencing the Wikipedia thing as your main argument.
What I was saying is that you keep flip-flopping about whether you accept that it's a cargo vehicle or not. And without that, the crux of any
Okay,
of this argument is irrelevant. Because obviously,
okay,
it's not a good
you
tank.
want
Obviously, it's not
you
the
want
best.
my answer? Okay, my answer is I can concretely say I believe that it is a cargo vehicle if I'm going based off of Wikipedia.
Okay,
But
okay, let's
if I'm
accept
going
for the
based
sake of,
off like,
okay, whatever. For the sake of argument, let's say it's a cargo vehicle. Fuck, I just hit a B.
okay, so we're going off of Wikipedia then. If you accept that, then you have to be going off of Wikipedia because there's no
Okay,
basis
sure. We're gonna
apart from
accept that
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Well, okay, no, it
There's
could be
zero.
based off of the descriptions of it from the. Now, this is me assuming because I don't, obviously have these books, but the books that are like the cross sections and stuff. I'm guessing that's where Wikipedia got it from, like the description of it as a cargo vehicle. Anyway, if we accept that it is a cargo vehicle, how is it a bad vehicle if it's a cargo vehicle?
Because it has an open roof that
So
leaves the troops and
that's an
cargo
advantage for
exposed to
cargo
the elements.
vehicles. By that logic,
Because it leaves the troops exposed to the elements. Same with the cargo.
no, by that logic, then why in real life do people ever use pickup trucks instead of always using minivans or vans?
Well, in real life, they can use tarps because I've seen pickup trucks with tarps.
And
in Star Wars,
what is stopping them from using tarps?
Nothing. But there's
Then
nothing stopping them
what
from
do you
making.
what if it is such an easy thing that we've seen them do, that we can easily assume that we know for a fact they have the ability to do. There is precedent of them using it in other situations, and it makes full sense for them to use it here. And the only example we have of this is the one time it's seen. How is it a jump in logic to assume that they probably have used it at some point? And even if they couldn't, they could use it, making the vehicle itself useful, whether the people who were using it used it to its full potential or not.
Because you're changing the vehicle at that point, and it's not the same thing.
I'm not changing the vehicle. I'm using something in conjunction with the vehicle. That's like saying that that like putting on a glove is all of a sudden like a different shirt. Like no, like that all of a sudden you're wearing a different shirt because you have a glove on. That's not.
Oh,
you're not changing the vehicle.
Is that you can't just be like, oh, this flaw can be fixed this way if it isn't. It's not fixed that way.
It is though. That is specifically the tarp thing is specifically because you say, oh, what do they do when it's raining? They use a tarp.
No, they don't. You can't just assume that they use a tarp if they don't use a tarp.
Well, then you can't use the what do they do when it's raining argument because we never see it in the rain.
Yeah, but I know that like they're
see it in the rain, so for all we know, it has a retractable roof that it can do too. Like, we don't see it in the rain, so we just don't know what they do in the rain. The most logical explanation is they just use a tarp, but you're not willing to accept that, despite admitting that it's the most logical explanation.
Well, first of all, but yes, it is the most logical explanation, but it is Star Wars, and they don't use logic.
They do use logic in Star Wars.
Why would they use why would they start jousting with speeder bikes? How does that make any sense?
Because it's cool, and logic takes a backseat next to cool, and not using a tarp doesn't make it less cool. So that doesn't apply here.
I don't think tarps are cool.
I don't think not having a tarp is cool either. Like what?
Tarps objectively just hide whatever the
that's
technology
why I'm saying
is.
it's not like that's not a factor here. If tarps weren't cool, then they wouldn't exist in Star Wars at all.
I don't think they exist because like they're just background things. Also, not everything that exists in Star Wars is based on whether it's cool.
The things that are leaps in logic are like that because in sacrifice of narrative or of coolness.
I'm saying that you just can't change something about a universe because it makes sense.
I'm not changing anything about the universe.
You're saying that they would put a tarp on a vehicle. There's no basis for that.
That doesn't contradict any of the internal logic of the universe. That's not changing something about the universe. If anything, it's adding something to the universe. Sure, I'll take that. But it's not changing something about the universe.
You're assuming something that you have no basis to assume.
I have so much basis to assume.
You're just it's not the AT-OT. It's an AT-OT with a
specifically hasn't been shown doesn't mean you can't assume that it has happened. That's like, okay, let's say Watto. Okay, Watto. Never have we seen Watto eat a meal. Are you gonna assume that Watto can't eat?
Okay.
Are you gonna assume that Watto has never eaten anything in his life? Because we haven't seen him eat.
More accurately to what you're saying would be, we've never seen if Watto's a Jedi, so he might be a Jedi.
No, that's entirely different. Because we have no precedent for Watto being a Jedi. We do have a precedent for the Republic using tarps.
We do not have a precedent for them using tarps on vehicles. Like I've never seen the AT-OT with a tarp, simply put.
I've never seen Watto eat a meal. He clearly hasn't eaten anything ever then.
You can't just...
That's
you're
exactly
changing
what
the vehicle at that point.
No, that's exactly what your logic is.
That is you're the same thing then. You're assuming that they would use a tarp.
I would be 100% sure in assuming that Watto has eaten a meal at some point.
Yes. How is that the same as him using a tarp?
Because it is simply, one, there is precedent for it. Two, it is obviously very consistent with... Okay, no. It doesn't make sense because...
You are comparing eating to something that makes tactical sense, which is different because in Star Wars...
It just makes sense. It's not a tactic to hide from the rain.
You're acting like Star Wars isn't a movie. That's the thing that I don't... Okay, the eating thing is a bit ridiculous.
It's a franchise, actually.
I could assume, yeah. Do Star Wars characters go to the bathroom? I, never see them go to the bathroom.
Actually, so in The Mandalorian, they have the refresher. They do have that's not even an assumption. That did happen.
But I never see any of the main characters. So you could be like, oh, the main characters never go to the bathroom in Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. That's your logic.
Yeah, no, that's yours, because I'm not going to be like, no.
I'm saying...
Wait, let me finish my argument. Let me finish my argument. I'm saying that if someone goes up to me and they say Star Wars characters don't go to the bathroom, then I'm not going to be like, no, they go to the bathroom because that makes sense that they would go to the bathroom. They have bathrooms, and they reasonably go to the bathroom. I'm just going to be like, okay, sure. There's nothing that I can say to disprove that.
Yes, there is, though. They've used the bathroom. Bathrooms exist.
I've literally only seen it in The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian, who is human, which is, the most common species in Star Wars. Also, which is our species. Also, we see people eat, which means they have a digestive system. Even though we don't have footage of the main characters literally taking a shit, you can assume that they have taken a shit.
But you're not thinking of it as a movie. You're thinking about it realistically, which doesn't make sense.
It literally
It's like
does make sense, though.
it's like in movies where the characters, their hair is like never wet, despite the fact that they should be in like certain scenes. Where it's like you're not just gonna be like you're not gonna harp on that specific thing as like a big problem. It's just like, oh, that's just the case. I don't
You're
know.
the one that's
It
harping
just
on about this.
You're the one that's like, oh, they should use a tarp because it makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Well, just because it makes sense doesn't mean they would do that.
Yes, it does. They have a precedent. They have done it before.
They've never put that on an ATOT.
Not on an
You
ATOT
can't assume
specifically,
that.
but they've used a tarp and they've used an ATOT, and the ATOT and tarps aren't particularly, like, there's nothing stopping them from doing it.
And that's like saying, oh, blasters exist and lightsabers exist. Every Jedi should use blasters and lightsabers at the same time. Where it's like, you're not wrong, but they don't
Most
do that.
Jedi
So I'm
usually do end up using a blaster at some point.
I'm saying like at the same time, like Cal Kestis.
Or like Ezra Bridger, or like Anakin, or like Obi-Wan. They
But
don't main
Anakin
it
doesn't do
because
that.
they don't want to carry around a blaster because philosophically they're against it.
My point is, it's just things don't make sense in Star Wars. That's like they don't make logical decisions. You can't just act
They
like they will
literally do,
now.
though.
You can't act like they will now in this. No, they don't. They make so many illogical decisions
Just
in Star
because
Wars.
they
Nothing
also make illogical decisions doesn't mean they don't make logical decisions.
logically, it does not make sense for the characters to not take out a Glock
To
or
not
to
what?
not just
Take out a Glock?
take out a Glock and shoot their enemies. That's what it would be like.
That is in service of something being cool or not in our real life, and that doesn't apply here because, let's be real, a tarp being there or not being there isn't cool or not cool. It just is.
But it changes the impracticality of the vehicle.
Exactly. That's why I'm
you
saying
have
it's
to
more
base-
practical than you're giving it credit for.
It's not. But you're making that up. You can't. Okay, you are right. If I ever see an ATOT with a tarp, but until then, I'm not gonna assume that they can do that.
You absolutely can assume that they do that.
Okay, no, yeah. Okay, I'm wrong. I will assume that they can do that, but I will never assume that they will do that, because I would have to get. That would be me like. Making
okay.
assumptions.
All right, let's say the Republic never in the history of the galaxy used the tarp on the ATOT. That doesn't change the fact that the ATOT itself was useful. That was just the Republic misusing it. Even if they never did, the ATOT still ends up being useful.
Okay, so the ATOT would be useful if it had a roof then.
No,
That's basically what everyone
because
has
its
always-
main advantage is the cargo, and having an unlimited volume size is only possible
Okay, if
with
it-
not having a roof.
So the only counter to the elements is if it had a tarp. So the ATOT would be a very useful vehicle if it had a tarp, but it doesn't.
No, not if it have a tarp. I'm saying when it needs it, you can use a tarp with it.
It doesn't have that though.
Fuck
If
you, man.
if I
You're
ever-
just not. That's ridiculous.
If I ever see
it
an
doesn't have it.
ATOT, if I ever see an ATOT using a tarp, then you're right. But until then, you have
I'm
no
already
basis.
right. I'm already right. It's
No,
it's
you're not.
useful
It's-
independently of whether people have used it with a tarp or not. Because
not
you're not
useful
going to need a
because-
tarp in every situation. You're not even going to need a tarp
If
in
it
most
starts-
situations that you're going
but
to be
if
using
it
that vehicle
starts-
in.
But if it starts raining, it's gonna get really uncomfortable for those troopers. To
And
be
that's the case
exposed
in
to
which
the
you would
elements.
use a tarp.
But they won't. Unless you're just assuming that they will, which you have no reason
if they
to.
won't, the ATOT is still useful because they could have.
Yeah, but they'll be wet.
No, because they would have used a tarp.
No, they won't.
But
You're
that's
just
not
assu-
the fault of the ATOT. That's the fault of the
Yes, it is.
people. That's not the
But you're
fault
ju-
of the ATOT. That is not the ATOT
can't-
itself is still useful. Just because the
You
people
can't
misuse it,
change
you can't. That's
something.
like saying
change
screwdrivers.
something.
That's like saying screwdrivers are useless because you refuse to use it with screws instead of using nails. No, the screwdriver is still useful. You're just using it wrong.
In the case of a fictional universe, if people don't decide to do something, I assume that they're just not. It's like in Lord of the Rings, where the armies just charge.
You already admitted that there's nothing stopping them from using the tarp.
Yes, that is true.
So
but
then
what
the
I'm getting at is that
itself is still useful. Like, its maximum usefulness is still there. Whether they have done it or not, it doesn't matter. What they can use it for is how you measure something's usefulness.
It would be useful to you because you would put a tarp on it. But since they didn't...
It would be useful to them too because they can use a tarp. Usefulness isn't based on whether you did or didn't use something. If I have a gun and I'm trying to kill someone and I smack them with the gun instead of shooting it, that gun wasn't useless to me. I was just dumb with it.
What? How is that related to the ATOT?
Because you're saying that it's useless because the people didn't use it how I'm saying they can use it?
Yes.
Exactly. So I didn't use the gun how I could have used it. I didn't use the gun how I could have used it. So clearly the gun is useless.
But it is Star Wars. That's okay. I could say it doesn't make sense that in Star Wars, it's super easy for them to produce droids. And they give each droid a gun. Wouldn't it be easier if they just made a tiny little droid, like a mouse droid, put bombs on it, and just sent that into the front lines? That would be effective, and there's no reason why they couldn't do that, and they definitely could do that.
Well,
but I'm not going to assume
making bombs on their own is cheaper than making kamikaze droids. What? That's why they just use droids and then have them shoot bombs. That's a stupid argument. But second of all, that still has nothing to do with the usefulness of the item. Obviously, my argument for the ATOT is that it's useful as a transport cargo, and the issues that people have with it not having a roof are easily mitigated. And your argument against that is just that they haven't done that. But them having not done it doesn't mean that they can't do it. And what I'm measuring is their usefulness. The usefulness of an item isn't dependent on how it has been used. It's dependent on how it can be used. Like a pocket knife isn't any less useful if I don't know how to use it. Then like it's equally as useful. I'm just dumb, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand, but you're basing it off of what you can do and what you would do when you're not in Star. Like it's like in Star Wars, for example.
No, they can do that. They have the ability to do that. They might be too dumb to do it, but they can.
You've been complaining about interrupting me so often, and then when I've stopped myself from interrupting you, and every time you interrupt me. Okay, what is more accurate would be it's like how come if they run into the problem. Whenever they shoot lasers at people with lightsabers, they just deflect them. So then realistically, every enemy trooper, like stormtroopers, should just use rocket launchers. But they don't. So I'm not going to say stormtroopers are super effective against Jedi, because they could use rocket launchers.
Actually, rocket launchers can also be deflected by not deflected, but disabled by lightsabers. You see that in the Battle of Yavana when a rocket launcher is about to kill Commander Cody and Obi-Wan slices it in half and it doesn't detonate.
Yeah, but it's harder to slice in half than, like, you don't have to aim at the Jedi. You can just aim near them.
My point is
it's an explosive.
My point is they can still disable it with a lightsaber.
Or flamethrowers. Flamethrowers are super effective. That's why the Mandalorians use them against lightsaber wielders. I could make the argument stormtroopers are very effective against Jedi.
Okay, if we had never seen Mandalorians use the flamethrowers, then you would say by your logic, you'd say flamethrowers are useless because we've never seen them against lightsabers because we've never seen them used against lightsaber. When clearly, logically, a lightsaber would do jack shit against a flamethrower.
Well, I would say they might be useful less against the what's it called? Just Force users in general, because there's nothing to indicate you can't block fire with the Force. But
Right,
like
but that's not the argument you're making. The argument you're making was that lightsabers wouldn't be useful. Like that. That's essentially the argument you're making with the ATOT. That you're saying the ATOT is like super weak against rain because they could not use, like, for some reason you don't think they can use the tarp.
You have not let me finish my points when I have let you finish all of yours. Okay, what I'm saying is that if I say stormtroopers are effective against Jedi because realistically, stormtroopers could use grenades, they could use rocket launchers, they could use flamethrowers, and they could probably kill Jedi really easily if they started doing that. However, they don't. So realistically, stormtroopers are not effective against Jedi.
And why don't they?
Because they're just not. I don't know why.
Because
however, if they use grenades and other explosives that they have
that's not the argument you're making. The argument you're making is that the grenades are useless against them because the stormtroopers have never used the grenades against Jedi. That's the argument you're making with the ATOT. You're saying the ATOT is useless because they have never used the tarp alongside an ATOT.
No, I'm saying the ATOT is useless because it has no I'm saying the ATOT is useless because it leaves the troopers exposed to the elements, and it in Star Wars
which
where there doesn't seem any...
Which can be mitigated with a tarp.
Yes, it can, but why would it be? Like, you're changing what it is.
No, I'm not.
And again, your logic is just like you're changing a flaw in the movie, but like at that point, it's not the same movie. Like, you know, like it's like pointing out plot details that don't make sense in a movie. It's like, okay, but you can't act like if they they should just go ahead and change those plot points, like in the movie. Like, it doesn't make sense.
See, you're entirely ignoring my argument about
what I'm trying to get across is that, like, you're trying to act, yes, it would make sense, but like there's nothing to indicate that they would do that because it's Star Wars and they don't always make logical decisions.
But that doesn't change. Okay, even if, let's say, everyone in Star Wars is dumb, nobody would think of doing that, right? And they have never done it. That doesn't change that the item itself is still useful. Independently of how it has been used, it is still a useful item.
How can you connect the tarp to it? You're assuming that, I guess, it has like connection points to it, or that they're going to use poles?
What? You can tie a tarp to... Have you never tied it? Have you never made a tent and had used a tarp? You can tie them to anything. Tarps usually come with the rope around it. What?
Yes. How are you going to put that around a giant, like, tall vehicle?
Obviously, it's a big tarp.
Yeah, but who's going to tie it up on the sides? Are you going to use jetpacks to get up there?
What do you mean? You just reach over the tiny things.
And connect it to what?
The same way you would put tarps on any other real-life vehicle. This is the stupidest argument yet.
I'm saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it's Star Wars, and it doesn't make sense in itself. Like, you're trying to put real logic into Star Wars.
Okay, and? Real logic does exist in Star Wars.
No, it doesn't, because they make... Like, all of their things are
logical decisions doesn't mean that logical decisions aren't also made, dude.
First of all, logic does not exist in Star Wars because they don't follow our rules of, like, nature. Space doesn't behave... Yeah, physics or nothing makes sense.
It's a general rule that you can assume that in most cases things are going to follow the laws of physics. Obviously, there are exceptions, like things that we have seen, but the rule that, like, the basis you have, because it is based, you know, on, like, most things are based on reality. You're not going to assume that anything's possible because sometimes they break the laws of physics. Those are the exceptions that you have to make room for. The assumption is always going to be that things will follow the laws of physics until you're shown otherwise.
I'm not going to assume, I'm not going to make up for the flaws of something fictional by being like, realistically, it would make sense for them to do this.
Until it's
It's
shown
like
that it
in,
doesn't do that, then yeah, obviously you would assume that they do the most
it's
logical
like
thing.
dude, it's literally like in Hishe, or like How It Should Have Ended, where they'll be like, why couldn't they have just done this? It's like all those points make sense, but like at that point you're changing
No,
the thing in its.
but we're not changing things that did happen because again, our sample size of seeing the ATOT is 1.
And you're assuming something about the vehicle that you don't know.
Yeah, based on simple logic and following the rules of physics, which we can assume
Yes.
because in
Simple-
most cases,
simple
the laws of
logic.
physics are followed. If you drop
is
something,
not true.
that is absolutely
That is
true.
not
That is
true.
absolutely
In
most
Star Wars-
cases. Yes, in most cases, in most scenes,
Star Wars-
in most shots, the laws of physics are being followed. It is the exception in
Star
scenes where
Wars-
there are explosions in space, or where like things are defying gravity, or where the Force, a magical thing
Okay.
that we accept to
First
be
of all-
fictional, is being added.
First of all,
The breaking
in
of the
Star
laws of
Wars
physics
space-
is the exception.
in Star Wars, it is rarely. I would not say the exception. In
It
Star
is
Wars,
the
space
exception.
Space never behaves like real space. Every planet has an atmosphere with breathable air, which doesn't make any
dude,
sense.
every planet that they go to, obviously
Which
they're
is
not going to go
every
to a
planet.
planet they
Wait,
can't breathe on.
Dude, okay, out of like the hundreds of planets in Star Wars, there's like 5 that don't have a
Dude,
breathable atmosphere.
Yeah,
You
because
can look
those
at
ones
them,
aren't going to be inhabited because they can't breathe there.
but they still show up on the map. Like if you look at the map of Star Wars,
Yeah, they're not going to
90%
make
of
a
the
map of all the useless fucking planets they can't go to.
But there are some that are like that, so that doesn't make sense. They're obviously
and
mapping out all the planets.
The ones that are like that, they map probably because of other reasons. Like fucking the
Okay,
Gans
you're
planet, where they
assuming-
can't, where they
So,
breathe a different type of atmosphere
get this-
because there's a
let me get
sentient
this
species
straight.
that lives there.
Let me get this straight. So instead of accepting that in Star Wars it just doesn't make sense, and every planet has a breathable atmosphere, instead of that, you're gonna be like, no, Star Wars does behave like real life, and they just got super lucky, and there's millions
They
of
didn't
planets.
get super lucky. There's way more planets than what we see. There is, like, let's say at least, okay, our solar system has very
If
few
you're
planets for
basing
what
it
we've seen.
off of-
We
no,
have,
no. You are not. Your leap in logic is not just like our solar system. Do you realize how rare it is for our planet to like exist in the super specific details it does to be able to sustain life? Like it is 1 in a billion. You're saying in Star Wars there just happens to be millions of 1 in a billion
there
chances.
doesn't happen to be there a whole ass fucking galaxy. Do you understand how many planets there are in a galaxy?
We're a whole ass galaxy, and in real life we've like looked at whole ass galaxies, and we never see anything like Earth.
Yes, we
and in Star
do.
Wars,
We've
it's
seen
one galaxy.
Dude, NASA literally has a list of other planets that are most likely habitable. The problem is we don't have the space travel technology to go and double check that shit. But by all estimates,
there's like a list of 5 planets that they're like, in theory, this is habitable.
No, dude, that's entirely wrong. They have way more. They have a list of like 5 planets that they consider like that they could like go to because they're within range.
There is no other planets like Earth. In Star Wars, every planet is like Earth.
Every planet that they go to, but that's because they only go to those planets because they're like Earth.
But your logic, but it's all in one galaxy. The things that we're talking in real life, like a habitable planet, is like 1 in a billion galaxies.
That is not true. That is absolutely not true. What the fuck is wrong with you? There are so many. There are trillions upon trillions of solar systems just within the Milky Way. Each of those have at least. What? Let's assume the average has around 10 planets. You have tens of trillions of planets. Obviously, well over, let's say, 1 million are gonna have a habitable atmosphere.
That is just not. What are
In
you
real
talking about?
life.
That is not. In real life, there's like 0 planets that are like Earth. Like there are some, but none of them that we can concretely say are like Earth. And in Star
But
Wars, every planet has an
no,
atmosphere.
every
And by
planet that
your
they
logic,
go
then
to.
there would, dude, by your logic, there would be so many fucking planets in Star Wars that like it would not be one galaxy. It would have to be like thousands of galaxies
What are
for
you
that to be
on
realistic.
about?
It would literally. You're acting. If
Look
Star
up
Wars
how
is
many.
like our
Look up
galaxy, then
how
it doesn't
many.
make any
No,
sense.
no, no. Look up how many planets are in a galaxy. Look up how many planets are in our galaxy.
That proves my fucking point. Because in Star Wars, if you look at a map, it's like 200 planets.
That's because their maps only have the planets that they fucking care about. They're not gonna map every single fucking rock that they can't do anything with.
Why wouldn't they? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
Because they've done it before. They map other planets that don't always have atmospheres.
But yeah, they're gonna map the planets that are useful to them, and most planets that are useful to them are gonna have a breathable atmosphere.
But then you would just have to guess that there would be like billions of planets in between like all of these different
Yes,
inhabitable.
absolutely.
It just doesn't make any sense. Like the
It
scale
makes
of Star
perfect
Wars
sense.
the scale of Star Wars is too
You're
small.
rage baiting. You're just rage baiting at this point. You're just rage baiting.
The
Fuck you.
scale-
Fuck you.
The scale
Nah,
of Star
fuck you.
Wars is
I'm
too
not
small
playing
for
into
you
your
to
rage
take
bait.
it realistically. The scale of Star Wars is too small.
I'm not gonna respond to this argument. You know you're wrong, and you're just rage baiting.
I'm not wrong. The scale of Star Wars is just, and it's not because it's based in logic. It's because it's just a movie flaw. Like instead of recognizing that a movie
If you
is
want to
flawed,
go
you're
back to
like
the ATOT tarps thing, then let's do that. But the planets thing, you're just wrong, and you know it, and you're rage baiting, and I'm not gonna buy into that.
I'm not rage baiting. What I'm saying is that instead of like just acknowledging faults of a movie, you're wanting to like invent like 50
You're
different
making
like
up faults
real
that
world.
aren't actually there.
I've brought up so many real faults. I can think of a million faults.
No, but
Like you're acting
the idea that every planet in Star Wars that exists is habitable is just false. Every planet that they go to is gonna be habitable because, hey, guess what? If I'm in a galaxy where I'm gonna go to multiple different planets, I'm not gonna go to a planet where I can't breathe the fucking air.
That's not even what happens in Star Wars. In Star Wars, there's like, first of all, you're acting like there's logic. Okay, the point I'm trying to get at, because you just do not agree with me on this. You seem to think that it's like way different. What I'm saying is that in Star Wars, whatever planet they go to, there's always an atmosphere, despite how ridiculous that would be in real life, and how every planet behaves and like is like ours.
I'm telling you, that is stupid because they specifically go to the planets that have like they search out the planets that have those fucking characteristics. It's not just like, oh, all of a sudden a coincidence that every planet is like that. No, they're just not going to go to the other planets. And if nobody's on those other planets, then what the fuck? Why are they going to portray them?
Instead of accepting, I've never seen a thing where they say that in Star Wars though. Like instead of accepting the fault,
it's a simple logical explanation. Okay. Why would they go? Why would Star Wars portray? In what situation would Star Wars portray an uninhabitable planet?
For resources? What do you mean? There's still resources
if it's uninhabitable, nobody's there, nothing's going on. The camera's just gonna be there, and there's nothing. It's just a rock. Like what? It would be like watching a live stream of the Mars rover. Of course, they're not gonna go to the uninhabitable planets.
There are so many Star Wars storylines about resources that is ridiculous that you would be like, oh, they wouldn't want to abuse the resources on these planets when that's happening.
What's going to happen on the resources on those planets? They're going to set up a mining colony, and then what?
Okay, why would droids not put up bases? Why would droids not set up their military bases on a planet that will inherently damage real people
Because
that need to
droids are
breathe?
subservient like droids are basically slaves. They go where their masters go because they're not allowed to go anywhere else.
Not in the droid army. In the droid army, there's so many situations where it's like entire sections of the army that are just
Okay, but
droids.
why are they going to be like? What advantage is that going to have for them? Like, okay, now they're on this uninhabitable planet, and now they just are there. Then what? What's going to happen? Why would they put that on screen?
Why would the droid? Okay,
it's boring as
the
fuck.
droid army. The droid army can just, if you're basing it off of real logic, then the droid army could just make a droid factory on a planet that's unhospitable to organisms, to like regular organisms.
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't be able to have organic, organisms like that are actually, because that with droids people have a fucking power complex. They're not going to leave it entirely independently droid operated.
The separatists do that all the time. The separatists do that all the time. It is so rare. It's one of my biggest complaints of the Clone Wars is that I don't actually see that many like human organisms working with the droids.
What do you mean? They always have some commander in charge of the tactical droid.
First of all, a lot of the time it's just one super commando tactical droid, and a lot of the times they don't even have an organic on board. Also, the droids just straight up listen to the organics.
What's your point there?
My point is, you're like acting like that wouldn't be useful. If they're going off of real world logic, then the droids could just set up a factory, or they could just retreat to a place that doesn't have an atmosphere.
You're right. That is a logical assumption to do. So I would assume that they probably have done that at some point, because they had more droid factories than just the one on Geonosis, yet that's the only one we see. And if they weren't able to conduct more droid factory busting operations other than the one on Geonosis, then I'm gonna assume there was some big reason why they weren't able to, and it would make sense for the main reason that they can't inhabit the planet that it's on, so it'll be just a logistical nightmare to try and take it over.
What? No, it wouldn't, because you just need droids. Don't need oxygen to live. They just
but the
stay
Republic
on that
doesn't
planet.
use droids.
I'm saying the separatists.
Yeah,
so if the separatists
okay, you didn't understand what I said. What I said
wait.
is, all right,
No.
What I said is, I'm comfortable. No, stop. What I'm saying is, I am comfortable assuming that the droids have set up a droid factory somewhere where it is an uninhabitable planet.
I know that's what you're saying. Then you're saying, but what doesn't make sense about that is that if the droids can do that, then they can do it over and over again. And since there's inherently, for every like inhabitable planet, there's going to be thousands of uninhabitable planets. The droids can just set up more and more bases there, and the Republic is going to have to go out of their way to stop them, because the same way that they go out of their way to stop ones on Geonosis and stuff. And yet that never happens. They have a limit on
how many droids they can make and how many factories they can make on just how much money they have. They can't just make factories everywhere. I am
not done with my point. Jesus Christ. What I'm getting at is that would be more effective, and the Republic would have to go through so much bullshit just to get them. Assuming that that's the case in Star Wars. However, what makes more sense is that Star Wars is not written in a logical way, and the people are not they're not treating it with real-world planetary science. It's just a fictional universe where they're like, oh, should we just go ahead and treat planets like countries? Yeah, let's do that. So no, like I'm not, and that's a lot of the cruxes that you're getting at, is like you're treating Star Wars like it's real life when it's a movie. Like they're not going to use logic. Me saying every Star Wars planet,
when you consume most fiction.
I'm not done yet. I am not done yet. I'm saying Star Wars. In Star Wars, if I say all the planets in Star Wars have a breathable atmosphere, that is true of Star Wars, unless you're trying to hold standards to Star Wars as if it's like something that's super realistic and based on real life and cares about real life, when it doesn't.
It is inherently based on real life. humans didn't
It
come
is
up
a
with the
fucking-
concept of a galaxy or the concept of planets or the concept of space. Like, that was there because it's based on the fiction is inherently based on the limitations of our imaginations, or in this case
But the
specifically
fiction-
George Lucas's
Ah.
imagination.
But the fiction is not realistic. And it never tries to be. It never pretends to be realistic.
It has to have realism to a certain point.
Like, yeah, but like only
Like,
to like the point of
the main
tell a
assumption.
story.
Okay, when there is something that you do not know, Occam's razor, you just assume that it's going to be the most logical or the most precedented explanation in fiction, unless stated otherwise. Because fiction is based on our real life, especially Star Wars, like, the things that are important for it to break physics are going to be explicitly told to us. But if somebody drops something, you're gonna assume it's gonna fall because Newton's first law still fucking exists in Star Wars.
No, then why do they defy Newton's first law every 2 seconds?
They don't. Gravity does exist.
But they defy gravity every 2 seconds. What do you mean?
No, they have technology that allows them to manipulate gravity in a different way, but they don't just like
Dude,
like the gravity.
I'm not gonna do it. Like, that would take me like hours. But if I go through like so much clips of Star Wars, I could bring up like 50 different clips where gravity doesn't work in a way that would be realistic.
And
Because
all
Star
of
Wars
those
is
are
a
going to
movie.
be able to chalked up to repulsor lifts, which are made of technology, which is
No,
the
no,
exception that
not
I'm referring to.
I'm not talking about fucking technology. I'm talking about simple things. I could go to Star Wars and find clips of things that like don't make any sense. Okay, this is what I don't get, is that you're acting like there needs to be an explanation for every little detail in Star Wars.
You're the one
instead
that's
of just
acting
accepting
like if something hasn't happened, that it can't happen.
What I'm saying is that it is because it is a movie.
You're
It does not
entirely
have,
ignoring the fact that this galaxy exists past what is portrayed to us.
Just because it's a movie, like instead of accepting the plot, like you're acting like someone that would like see a plot point in a movie that doesn't make sense, and instead of just being like, "Oh, this movie doesn't make sense," you're gonna go into like 50 different assumptions to try to make that make sense. When in reality, it's just that the writers didn't care to explain that.
Which they'll get flack for, and then they'll explain it in the sequel. Like, what?
No, they won't. They never bother explaining these because it's a movie. Like they don't care.
Really? They never bother explaining things. Are you gonna say that? They never bother explaining things.
Okay. What
I have one word in response to that. I have one word in response to that. Do you know what word it is? I feel like you know what word it is.
Wikipedia?
Nope.
What?
Midi-chlorians.
Okay, what is the explanation for the fucking why Callus in that one scene of Rebels that's clearly an animation error where he goes at super speed and someone
Okay,
calculated
things
the
that are
speed
an
and he would
animation
be-
error you can assume just didn't happen in canon despite it being on screen. Obviously.
Yes, but you're the wait, what? Your type of logic is the type of logic that would like what I'm getting at is that what I'm saying is things don't make sense just because they don't make sense and it's a movie. And not everything needs to be based in real world logic.
No,
so
but
for example,
you're not saying that things
when I
don't
see
have to
that-
make sense. You're saying that things don't make sense when they do. You're making assertions about specific things not making sense when they do.
they don't make sense. Like you're acting like they do. Like you are
the
pretending
fact that they
like
only ever go to habitable planets makes perfect sense.
if you're basing it off of your assumption that there's thousands and billions of other planets
Because
that they
it's
just
a
don't go.
galaxy.
Name me the piece of Star Wars content that says that.
That says that they're in a galaxy? All right, A New Hope.
Oh,
The
name
first
me the-
Star
name
Wars
me the piece-
anything.
Name me the piece of Star Wars content that says, oh, by the way, there's millions of different planets that are uninhabitable that exist in our universe, but we just don't go to them. We only go to the habitable ones, and we only explore and
They're not going to
interact with the
say
habitable
that
ones.
explicitly. That's just a safe assumption to make. You're
Or
inventing a plot hole when there isn't one.
or you could accept that Star Wars is not based in logic and it's just a universe where every planet has an atmosphere because they want to act like every
Okay,
planet's a
okay, no, no, no.
touchstone.
There are planets without
Environment.
atmospheres. In the Bad Batch, you see them go to one. You see them go to like a little asteroid where like some stupid alien steals Omega's flashlight and then she goes and cuddles with it or whatever the fuck. And they need gas masks to be able to go outside. And it was an uncharted area. Clearly, there's precedent for uncharted planets and uncharted asteroids and stuff. I mean,
It is
come
not
on.
clearly. It is not clearly. It is what would make sense. But like, if you ask George Lucas, would he say that? I don't know. He probably would just be like, no. They're just. Like, he did not like the people that made this stuff did not think of that like level of logic because it's just Star Wars. Like they're not like instead of you accepting that, oh, in Star Wars 90% of the planets are inhabitable planets and they're all one biome, like, and just instead of just accepting real logical
like,
stuff,
obviously they make leaps in logic, but like
you're going
you're
to try
saying
to wait.
that
I'm
there
not
are
done.
issues that
I'm
that
not done
aren't
with
there.
what I was saying. There are there, and you're acting like
you have no evidence to say that 90% of the planets that exist are habitable. Because all of the planets that we see in Star Wars, people that would require a habitable planet are the ones that we're following. So obviously it stands to simple logic that they're not going to go to a place that they can't go to.
Earlier, I just brought up a point where the droids can go to a place that where they don't
are
need
the
to
droids
prepare.
are there droids that aren't subservient to sentient beings that we follow as main characters?
As main, well, there's no droids that we follow as main characters apart from like R2 and C-3PO.
My point exactly.
Okay, but there are genuine factions in Star Wars Legends that are exclusively droids, no organics, and they never mention them being in non-atmospheric worlds. They're just like, oh, they go to the world we already know because Star Wars isn't thinking that. If you show me a piece of content in Star Wars that says that, then okay. But until then,
colonizing an uninhabitable
let me finish. Let me fucking finish.
As a droid, colonizing an uninhabitable planet is only useful when you're functioning on the level of the CIS.
It is useful to any droid faction that does not want to have to deal or just wants to make it horrible for organics to attack them.
Really? Then how the fuck are they going to outsource any repairs that they have to make? They need to maintain access to the wider galaxy.
Wait, what's to stop a CIS thing from just building a factory there and then just constantly exporting droid armies? And the Republic will have to go through so much bullshit just to deactivate or just to
nothing. I would assume that they probably have at some point.
Well, yeah, but or you could do the more logical thing and be like, oh, the writers are not treating Star Wars realistically, and instead they just want to make all the planets cool and fun to be at.
Just because people are gonna treat it like fun doesn't mean that that logic doesn't exist within the universe.
But logic doesn't exist in the universe.
It literally does.
You are genuinely trying to act like Star Wars is realistic, and it's just not. This is not even like I'm not even the right person to argue with this. If I had a physicist, if I had like all sorts of like people that are based in real life, they would tell you hundreds of things that make zero sense in Star Wars simply because they make zero sense. And instead of accepting that they make zero sense, you just want to be like, oh, well, actually, it's because of this or because of this. No, it's just a movie that has flaws. You don't have to resolve every flaw with some ridiculous explanation all the time.
That doesn't mean that there isn't an explanation, though. Like, if we're accepting that the Star Wars universe exists within itself, and that, like, something that maybe doesn't initially make sense exists, then there must be a reason for that, whether you know it or not. And often there's a pretty simple reason that even if it's not explicitly stated in any of the media, can be assumed.
if you're taking it realistic, but at that point but why? It's a movie. You know the reason. Is that just that every planet is an inhabitable one because that's just the way the story is written. You adding that thing would be like, okay, sure, it would be an explanation that would make sense. But unless I see someone in Star Wars say that, or like someone in charge of Star Wars
Still a
acknowledge
safe
that as
assumption
being
to
the
make.
case,
It's still a safe assumption to make, even if nobody says it.
okay, you're not any more in
Because
the
it
right
makes
for
more
saying that than
sense for it to
you
be.
are not more. You are not any more in the right for saying that as I am in the right for saying Star Wars doesn't make sense in this area. If I critique Star Wars for the fact that every planet they go to is an inhabitable one, you can't say that and act
Except
like
there's
that
a
makes more
super simple
sense.
fucking explanation for that.
That is not an explanation because you don't know if that's the case. If I ask the people that thought of this universe, they might not say that. And you're acting like they concretely would think
It
of
is
that
the
specific
safest
thing.
assumption to make, and it's not a big stretch or anything.
It is a big stretch because you're assuming that you're thinking that instead
No,
of George
it's
Lucas
not.
being like, okay, now in this episode, I want them to go to this planet and I want them to go to this planet, and never once does he think, oh, all these planets have atmosphere. I wonder if I should add an explanation for that. No, he's just like, oh, it's Star Wars. Like, no one is thinking of it this logically, dude.
Sure,
Like,
he's not gonna think of that. He's just gonna think, oh, I want him to go to a swamp planet next because it's a cool setting. Sure, but the moment somebody posits that to him, obviously is gonna think, oh yeah, either I need to start including more planets that aren't inhabitable, or there's a reason why we don't see them. Right now, the simplest explanation is they're there, but we just don't go to them because the characters we're following have no reason to go to them.
that is not a simple. Okay, so
That's a
instead of
simple
accepting a
explanation.
flaw,
That is super
yes, it is.
simple.
Yes, that is a simple explanation for you to make if you were acting like this is something based in logic and realism. But it is not. It is just a.
It is to a certain
It is
extent based on logic
No, it
and
is
based on
not.
our own reality.
That's like watching scenes from Lord of the Rings and being like, how come they don't use real effective tactics like in the real like ancient world where they could use flanks and different things like that, and instead they just charge at each other? There's no explanation. It's just the way they do things.
Okay, like I said, that
I'm not
explanation.
gonna add in some like super complicated fanfic in my mind where like, oh, maybe it's some ancient cultist group indoctrinated everyone in the Lord of the Rings universe and taught them that this is the way to fight.
There's a huge difference between them using bad tactics and like the setting being how it is, because you're assuming something like that would be like with the Lord of the Rings example that you gave. That would be assuming that that something that we did see has to be different. The assumption that I'm making is that stuff that we didn't see.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying about the Lord of the Rings thing is that it doesn't make sense that this is happening. And what you would do, instead of just accepting, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense, you're gonna try to add in like an explanation as to why it does make sense.
I'm saying it does make sense. Yes, because all of the characters, most of the characters that we
is not
follow,
part of the Star Wars.
No, it does make sense because most of the characters that we follow in Star Wars require a habitable atmosphere in order to live. So why the fuck would they go to a place with an uninhabitable atmosphere?
In case they needed to destroy a droid factory, which would have no reason for them not to build all the droid factories there.
You destroy the droid factory on Geonosis, which was the first one. We don't see every battle of the Clone Wars. For all we know, that did fucking happen.
It would have to be happening at such an ridiculous scale if that was the case, because there would be, for every inhabitable planet, there's like 19 billion uninhabitable planets.
But it's far easier and far more advantageous to use a habitable planet, because despite droids being the main force of the CIS still does employ organic beings and still does like to send its... I mean, listen, Count Dooku is going to want to oversee shit. If Count Dooku's not going to put something outside of his own reach...
Dude, the Separatists are not like controlling every little individual battle droid, and they are perfectly fine with battle droids, with droids
No,
operating on
but a
droids.
droid factory isn't something that they're just gonna leave to other droids.
Yes, it is. There's nothing to indicate they won't do that. I think there's so many examples of where they leave entire ships to entire fleets to just droids' decisions, and there's so many examples of that. Also, what I'm saying, listen, the point is that you're acting like this thing has logic, and it's like instead of just accepting that, no, it just doesn't make sense.
You're adding plot holes where there aren't any.
Okay, your thing would make sense. I give that. But until in Star Wars they say that, it is not true, and you cannot tell me that it is true.
But you can't say that it's not true.
It is just me saying it's not true is just as valid as me saying it's not true.
You can say
me saying,
you can say if anything
saying,
you can say that you don't know whether it's true or not. But you have to admit that it's the simplest explanation.
It would be if they had logic, but also
they do.
It doesn't. They don't. They don't follow logic ever. Okay. Also, you saying that that's the case is just as valid as me saying that's not the case. Both of our things are based on
because
nothing.
the fucking Star Wars universe is the Star Wars universe is generally based on our universe. To the extent that in The Empire Strikes Back they use a PNG of the Andromeda Galaxy to portray the fucking Star Wars galaxy.
But it does not follow our rules, and it is nothing like us. Like they do not
cases where we do not know, the safest assumption to make is that it does follow our rules.
So no, that is absurd. That is stupid.
That is a movie. Absurd. That is not absurd.
That is stupid.
Because it is because it is still a human-made story based around human characters. Made by a human whose only point of reference is this universe.
But that doesn't change the fact that he's not going to assume that everything is like realistic. Star Wars is not realistic. Your argument is based on Star Wars being realistic. It is just not.
It is to a certain extent based on reality.
No, that's just not true.
Then why are there humans?
It's a movie.
Then why are there humans? If it's in no way, shape, or form based in reality, why are there humans? Why are there horses? Why are there planets? Why are there suns? Why are there stars? Why are there moons? Those are all things that existed in real life before they existed in Star Wars. There is no conceivable way that you can say that Star Wars is in no way based in our real life.
There are 10,000 more things that I could say that would imply that it's not based in our real life.
It's not. It's not set within our real life. It has exceptions to our real life rules, but those are the exception.
No, they're not. They're the average thing. Star Wars does not follow our real life in any way, and instead of treating an act of fiction like an act of fiction, you're acting like it has to have a real-world explanation.
No, I'm saying that when you're trying to fill in gaps, the simplest explanation, especially when it comes to fiction, when you're trying to fill in gaps in the story, the simplest explanation is the safest way to go until stated otherwise. Okay.
But do not act like you're any more... Yeah, you're right in that, because you're not.
I am right in that.
No. That's your opinion. That's what you think is right. But George Lucas could turn around and if he heard their theory, he could be like, no.
Yeah, he could, but he's the one who made it. And you can't make the assumption that it breaks the laws of physics until it does.
It does break the laws of physics so often.
I mean, in the cases where we don't know. Like, why do they only ever go to inhabitable planets? I say it's because... why the fuck would they go anywhere else? Whereas you say
you have no right to act like...
Your assumption that every planet is habitable is a much larger assumption to make than my assumption that they just go to the habitable planets.
No, it is not. My assumption is that
because one makes more logical sense in our reality, mine, which the Star Wars universe is loosely based on. It is loosely based on our reality, yes.
You are so wrong. Okay, Simply put, understand this. Star Wars is a movie with flaws. It is a
Uh-huh.
flaw, and it is
I never said
unrealistic.
it wasn't.
Every planet they go to is inhabitable. Now, am I gonna
No,
act
you
like
you can't you can't just
Hey,
make the
hey,
jump to say
you're not
every
letting
planet is
me finish.
habitable.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. Am I just gonna act like, oh, okay, there's 1,000 explanations for this, and in reality, it's because of, oh, there's like millions of planets out there, but they're just not in Star Wars. Okay, but that's just like just as a ridiculous thing to say because it's based in nothing. You don't know if that's the case. But it's Star Wars. It's not based on
It
reality. They
makes
don't
a lot
follow
more
real
sense than
code.
your explanation of all of them
Plus,
because of what we know in our
no, no,
real
no, no,
life
no, no,
that
no,
habitable
no, no,
planets
no,
are
no.
very rare. It makes more sense that they just go to the habitable planets than to say that habitable planets are the only things that exist there.
This isn't going anywhere. I'll simplify it, okay? Your thing makes sense if it wasn't a movie. But what I'm saying is that this movie is flawed, and that is a flaw of this movie. And
I'm
instead of
not saying
accepting
it's
that
a
the movie is
flawless movie.
flawed,
I'm
and
saying
that
the
is a
flaw that
flaw,
you specifically said is not something that exists.
that is insane.
Because
It
the
is something
only,
that
okay,
exists.
it's another statistical fallacy because the only planets we ever see are the ones that the characters go to. Our sample size, again, isn't big enough. Like, it's flawed data.
First of all, simply, I think that this is insane. I don't think that any Star Wars writer ever thought that your theory. I think, simply put, all the planets are like this, and I think that my argument still stands, and there's nothing to go against it. Of why wouldn't droids just it views the fuck out of the fact that there are thousands and millions of planets that organics can go. Now you can make assumptions on this, but at that point you're just making assumption after assumption, theory after theory, and
Okay,
it gets
here's
super
the thing. Here's the
complicated.
thing.
Wait,
Droids.
I'm not fucking done. Okay, it doesn't make any sense as to why droids wouldn't abuse the fuck out of that. And yes, you're saying that, oh, droids always have an organic master. That is not true, not always. And surely droids would find a way. Droids have droid bars. There are so many droids that have autonomy. There are
Yes.
droids that want droid uprisings like IG-88. Why
Absolutely.
wouldn't he
Droids
go
are
to one of the
sentient.
million?
That's not what part of the
Why
argument
wouldn't
is.
why wouldn't a well I'm getting to that. I'm saying you're acting like in none of the history of Star Wars, droids wouldn't abuse the fuck out of that idea that there's billions of planets that humans will be
I'm
have a
not saying
super
they
hard
wouldn't
time
do that.
getting
I'm
to.
saying they
If they,
probably have,
wait,
and
wait,
it
wait.
just hasn't been portrayed yet.
If they were to abuse that, then they would win in the entire planet, and the entire Star Wars galaxy would be ruled by robots. Because there's no counter to that. The droids can constantly set up bases after bases that the humans can never get to unless they go through all this trouble. It doesn't make any logical
But
sense
the whole point
because
of that is
every
isolationism. So if they're gonna do that, then
so
we wouldn't
surely
see them
so
because
it is so likely that like just a war. I mean, simply the CIS. The CIS had a thing where in Rebels they were completely separate by themselves, and at that point they were in like a separate outpost, completely or listening to unorganics and going on themselves.
that's because they
There would be
crashed near
billions.
a habitable area. Because
So why would it?
because the battle was happening near a
There,
habitable area because their opponents were organics that weren't going to go to an uninhabitable area.
yes, but it's not just about their opponents. It's about them. What's to stop them? If in Star Wars there was billions of
If the
uninhabitable
closest
planets,
planet
then
is
there
already
would
a
be.
habitable planet, then that's the one you're going to go to.
If there were billions of uninhabitable planets, then there would be billions of droid factories that would be untouchable by organics unless they took ridiculous precautions. And at that
You
point,
do realize
droids
it
would
costs money
control
and
the
resources to make a
entire.
factory, right?
Yes, but then you find you can get money and resources on the planet, and no one can
You
interrupt
can't
you
get money
unless
on
they're
the planet
also a
unless you have
droid.
exports and imports.
Yes, which you can just export and import. What? My
But
point
then
is,
how do you
if
set it
if
up
what you're
there?
if what you're saying is you don't have to set it up there, you can just do business elsewhere and then transport the resources from your uninhabitable planet to the habitable planet.
You don't just pick things up. You have to actually like like mining and shit isn't just like, okay, go send a droid and grab it. Like, you would have to set up a whole ass operation. That's gonna take resources that it's just not worth when you could do it with both organic and inorganic beings on a habitable planet.
That is not true. You're saying that it would be easier for them to do that
because we don't have like the technology to just skip over all the uninhabitable planets. But if we did, I guarantee you, we would not be setting up like mining shit on an uninhabitable planet.
I'm not talking about we. I'm talking about robots. Self-thinking robots who care about other robots and like have a disdain for organic.
First off, a droid civilization.
Wait. I'm saying that if what you're saying was the case, there would be thousands of droid civilizations that would outnumber any organics, like trillions to one, and they would probably take over the galaxy in like seconds because they're able to sell.
Okay, well, that is not true because droids cannot last long on their own, which is shown in us in that same Rebels episode because they were all having shit maintenance. They were all bugging out. True. Yes, they were. That is absolutely true. That's why they were able to defeat the Droidicas super easily.
Are you gonna let me tell you why that's not true?
Why isn't it true? Why isn't it true? Why isn't it true?
There's just an actual faction in Star Wars that's completely droid autonomous and has nothing to do with organics. That exists.
How do they get repairs done for if they don't manufacture the parts for themselves?
They do.
How?
I don't know, but it exists. I'm not making this up.
What is this?
It's real.
Send me the Wikipedia article around these.
I'll try to look it up, but there is a faction in Star Wars that is a completely autonomous droid.
What's it called?
Faction. Let me look it up. I know this is real because I've seen it in the Carts videos where it talks about it.
Is it fully isolated on a fucking planet that's uninhabitable?
Yeah. Nope, they have a giant
You know why? Because they probably need to still do trade with the wider galaxy to be able to actually keep up maintenance on themselves.
Nope. They're super, they're kind of like the Yusong Vong from what I remember, where they showed up in a book with Lando, and they would, something happened, but, they don't interact with organics almost ever.
How long had they been there?
How long have they been with, it's an entire faction, dude.
How long had they been, how long had they existed?
I don't know the details of this thing. I know it exists. That's all I know about it. You're acting like I'm just gonna know everything.
There's any thousands of explanations as to why they weren't on an uninhabitable planet. That could be. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
There isn't. It's just that that's not the case, man. There just isn't real world logic for this. The simple fact of the matter is that there is I'm not going to look this up because it's annoying and I don't know what to look up, because if I look up droid faction in Star Wars, it's just going to show me the Separatists. I don't know what keywords. If you can tell me something, I can try to look it up. I saw it in the
I don't know what you're referring to. For all I know, you could be making this up.
Okay, Lando. I know Lando was involved with it, but I know this is a real thing. Lando... Droid faction? Maybe they weren't called droids, maybe they were called robots in the book? Yeah, I do not know what to look up to do this. They're like a highly advanced robot faction in Star Wars that's fully autonomous.
Alright.
Has nothing to do with...
I'm gonna go ahead and end stream there because I already got all the cherry wood.
Oh, you were you were still streaming?
Yes, I've been streaming this whole time.
So that entire stream is just going to be you arguing about Star Wars and getting nowhere.
I mean, also, before the stream ends, but whatever.
Wait, before the stream ends, I just won the argument. I just explained to you a faction that exists in Star Wars that's fully autonomous.
We have no proof that this faction exists. We can't take this as... We can't take this as serious proof against my points because we have no proof that it exists.
Ending remark from me, from Toodad, okay? This faction exists. I saw it in a Card Slider video where he was specifically talking about it. I can look it up. It exists in Star Wars. I would not make up a storyline about Lando finding an autonomous droid faction. That being said, that being said, me explaining that this exists then proves that it doesn't make sense that if these factions can happen, why there would be thousands and billions of them in billions of uninhabitable planets. What makes more
it
sense
doesn't, because they could still be there, and the only reason Lando found this one was because this one, for some reason, decided to set up shop in a habitable planet.
No, it wasn't.
Like, that makes internal consistency with my thing.
They weren't in an inhabitable planet. It was a super weapon fleet. It was like a giant. I don't remember what it was. It was like
so
a
they
giant,
were just chilling in space?
Yeah, it was like a Death Star-like thing. And inside that space station, I think it was like a giant. I think it was similar to the Death Star. I don't remember. This I could be wrong about. But why would they have oxygen in that ship? Simply, they wouldn't.
If they didn't design it themselves, if they just like adopted the space station
from it themselves.
They did design it themselves.
You're making
the assertion.
No, I'm saying
despite not even knowing what this thing is called, you know for a fact that they made the space station themselves.
I know simple things about this faction. I know, one, they're a fully autonomous droid faction. That's all I know about them. And I vaguely think they have a space station, which is why Lando, like, I think there was something where they attacked either an Imperial remnant or something. I could be very wrong. All I know about this is that there is a droid remnant faction, not a droid faction, that is completely autonomous, super advanced, that exists in Star Wars.
Here's the thing, autonomous doesn't necessarily mean isolationist. Because if they still planned on doing commerce and doing, hey, how's it going, the Doggone Bad 2.0? I'm about to end stream, sorry. We've been arguing for the past, 2 or 3 hours over Star Wars things. I already got all the wood that I needed, and I'm tired, but he keeps bringing up the arguments, and I keep having to prove him wrong because he's wrong.
Okay, you have not proved me wrong once. Okay, I want to give off my final verdict, okay? Let me speak, and then I'll tell you when I'm done, and then we can just do it, because you have no answer to the thing. So, in this specific case, you are trying... So, I'm saying, just like thousands of people have said in Star Wars, that in Star Wars, every planet is inhabitable because of every... What? Okay, well, anyway, sorry. I'm trying to say my thing.
Hell yeah.
Because the writers just thought of it that way. They're just like, oh, every planet in Star Wars is inhabitable.
They did it because they didn't put too much thought into it, and they were just like, I'm just going to have them go to a planet that they can breathe on.
Hey, I said I was going to do my thing, and then at the end I was going to say done, and then you can interrupt me, because you keep on interrupting me. Okay, I'm saying that in Star Wars, and I'm saying that that's just a writing fault. Like, they didn't think of an explanation of that because why would they? It's just a movie. Okay, and Fishy says, oh, it's like in real life. And there's billions of uninhabitable planets around these star systems, and they only map out the ones that are inhabitable. And I say, well, if that's the case, why don't droid factions exist that just exist in these billions of uninhabitable planets?
I am close to 1K. I'm excited.
And they can never get to that. And Fishy's like, that's not real. Simply put, it is.
No, I'm saying, okay, point one against droids doing that. The vast majority of droids in the Star Wars...
done.
Oh my god.
I didn't say I was done.
Okay, I'll
finish. I'll be quick. There exists a faction in Star Wars that is fully autonomous droids. Now, if there was billions of planets that are uninhabitable, then these droids would just live in all those planets where there's, no one that can affect them.
Okay.
Organics cannot affect them, okay? Then, in that case, they would be super overpowered and they would control the entire galaxy because they could keep on making factories and self-autonomous stuff without organics ever being able to mess with them. Or I could make a more logical conclusion and just be like, oh, the writers didn't think of this because it's a fucking movie and they're not gonna put real world science.
Wait. But you weren't saying the writers just didn't think about it and it doesn't matter. You were making the assertion that 99% of planets in the Star Wars universe have habitable atmospheres. That is a way larger leap than to say that they only go to the habitable planets because, hey, their organic life forms, the characters that we follow, require a habitable atmosphere. Bro, just not even listening.
I'm saying that in Star Wars, 90% of the planets are inhabitable, and I'm saying
That
this
is
is
a
the
way
case.
bigger stretch.
It is not a stretch. I'm saying this simply because Star Wars is not based in reality, and it is just a fault of Star Wars.
You
The writers
have
did not think of this, and if they did, then there would be billions of super powerful droid factories
there
that would
is
control the galaxy.
there is no
None.
evidence to all the planets being habitable. I
We
do
never
have a
see.
headache,
We
not
like.
gonna lie.
We have like We know like 5 uninhabitable Star Wars planets.
Yeah, and they're planets that people either crashed onto by accident or that they had some other reason to be there. Obviously, people aren't going to settle on a planet where they can't live, especially if they have hyperspace and they can explore basically any planet within like an indiscernible amount of time, and they don't have to wait billions of years. They're just going to skip over to the next planet until they find one that's habitable.
Okay, then
It
why
makes
aren't
perfect
so
sense.
that does not refute the droid thing. If that was the case,
Okay. You know what does refute the droid thing? Because planets that are uninhabitable, droids were designed by organics to be functional in habitable areas. While they can function in many situations that that organics can't, there are still many situations in which droids can. If the gravity is simply too strong, they'll be crushed under the maximum weight of their servos. If the planet has like super high humidity, they'll fucking rust out super easily. If they're weak to a lot more other stuff. Like, it's the same thing, just like a slightly different. Like, sure, they have more planets that they could go to that are habitable to the droids and not to the organic life forms. But one, they aren't indestructible. So a lot of the uninhabitable planets are still going to also be uninhabitable by most droids. Two, most droids in the Star Wars galaxy are subservient to organic beings. So most of them aren't going to have the freedom to go ahead and go do that. The ones that do aren't going to have the infrastructure. They're going to be droids that escaped basically slavery. They're not going to have the infrastructure to build a droid factory. And if they go to a place that that's uninhabitable, they're also going to have to adopt isolationist practices. And if they do that, they're not going to have access to the wider network of the galaxy's resources. So it doesn't make sense for them to do that.
But that none of that is valid because I just told you there is a faction that's purely autonomous.
I never said anything about autonomous. I said isolationist. That is entirely different.
You're saying they wouldn't have the capability to make a droid factory. I am telling you they would. Because this faction exists in Star Wars.
And do they have a droid factory? I thought they were stuck on a space station.
I never said they were stuck. They have a fleet.
That they decided to live on a space station.
I think
yes, please. To either. I don't care. Sorry, somebody came into my room and said something.
Super nomadic. I think they're super nomadic. Again, I don't remember much, but I know that
then clearly they're taking advantage of the galaxy's wider resources, like what I said, and they're not isolationist. You cannot be nomadic and isolationist. Those are two diametrically opposed philosophies for life.
What did I say?
I need a lot of cherry wood because I'm gonna make MR because I'm gonna make that, and yeah, I needed cherry wood for that.
I never said they were isolationists. You're the one that said that.
Right. What I'm saying is if they're going to be living on an uninhabitable planet, they're going to have to adopt isolationist practices, which they cannot do unless they're fully autonomous. And your guys aren't fully autonomous if they're nomadic, because if they're nomadic, they're clearly going from place to place and they're taking advantage of the wider array of the Star Wars galaxy.
That's not true. I said they're nomadic.
What's not true about what I said?
I'm saying that I do not remember much about this. All I know is that it showed up in one interaction with Lando Calrissian. I think in the
Okay,
book,
if you
it
can
was
provide
fully
the source for this,
autonomous.
because again, we're entirely going off of your word, and you could be misremembering certain things, or you just don't have all the facts,
Okay,
and because you said you don't
okay,
remember fully well, we can't really take
but
this
I
as
just
serious of a thing without you giving me the link to it,
okay.
or like us being able to double check what you're claiming about it.
Okay, well, to begin with, what I'm claiming does have things behind it. Yours does not. Okay, I'm going
I
to start that
I
off.
am no 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 no
Also,
no.
I'm
My
going to
thing
go.
also
Wait, wait,
has
wait.
evidence behind it. What are you
Your,
on about?
your evidence is that it would make logical sense.
Uh-huh.
That is not evidence because this is Star Wars.
Fuck you with that again. Logic does exist in Star Wars.
No, it does not. You're just wrong
Fuck
about that.
you. Fuck you. Logic
Is
exists in any world
movies
where breaks in logics happen
movies?
are the exception.
It's a movie. Movies do not have logic, dude. Like,
Movies do
I
have logic to any. Okay, movies have to have logic to a certain extent. Where they break logic is where they have to be explicit about it. That is the exception. Where
movies,
they break the laws of physics, where they break logic, that is the exception where we, the audience, are asked to make the gap, the suspension of
no, you're
disbelief.
not. You are not
if
asked. You're
if
just
if it
deciding
didn't
to
have
assume this.
if it didn't have logic, then the whole concept of suspension of disbelief would not exist in the first place. Because all stories are made with the initial concept that they are to make logical sense. And when they don't, that's when they need to justify themselves not making sense.
That is not true. Most of them never justify. This is an instance where it doesn't justify it. In your mind, this justifies it, but that is in your mind. Star Wars doesn't say this. What I'm saying is that there's a difference. There is real logic, which is what you're saying, and then there is movie logic. Movie logic is Star Wars. Of all the planets are inhabitable for some reason. It's so weird that that's a thing,
All the
but
planets
that's
that they
movie
go to,
logic.
because we don't see the planets they don't go to. And we know for
You
a
can look
fact.
at a map.
This argument made the tree grow. This argument has been going on so long. All of these trees have been chopped down and replanted. Like this is like, how long has this live stream been going? Let me double check. I don't know where to. Oh, it is. Live stream has been going for like 4 hours and 45 minutes, and like 3 of those hours have been us arguing about Star Wars while I'm cutting down cherry trees.
Okay. Simply put, you're ignoring movie logic. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not ignoring movie logic. I'm saying movie logic
You're ignoring
only
movie
extends to things that we do have proof to being illogical.
And it's not, dude, that is just movie logic. Movie logic is when things don't.
I'm not saying that
Or
illogical
the,
things can't exist in Star Wars. I'm saying the illogical things are the things that, like, we only have to accept happening once they do happen. The logical things are the things that we can assume without evidence of them having happened.
you can't assume that unless the movie tells you. Like, the movie.
We can
Like,
when the world exists beyond the movie.
If something does not make sense in a movie, you can't just like make up a million different theories, or you can make up a million different theories as the explanation, but you can't act like those are valid.
We can assert that they are the most. Have you had the 100? Yeah, I don't know what day of this argument we're on. It's been a while. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying?
I'm saying your argument makes complete sense, but Star Wars doesn't, so therefore I doubt that this explanation is accurate.
I'm saying
and also,
that with all stories, the gaps in which like things are that we don't know, the logical explanation are the assumption that we have to make until explicitly stated otherwise.
that is not true. There are so many instances
The
of things.
gap.
I mean, I just said it in medieval movies. There's so many. When they fight each other, they just run at each other with swords and cut each other down instead of using real tactics that are super effective. Because it's a movie, not because there's. What is the explanation as to why in a medieval movie the troops run straight at each other instead of doing real life tactics like using their bows or forming shield walls and different things like that?
Because the people who wrote them aren't tacticians.
And the people who wrote Star Wars weren't thinking there's millions of different uninhabitable planets.
Right,
They're just
but
thinking,
when the most logical theory doesn't contradict what was shown on the screen, then
It does! It does!
doesn't. No. My
droid thing
my
I
theory
just
of them
explained-
only going to the planets that are inhabitable does not contradict anything that we've seen on screen.
It does, because they never mentioned the existence of the other planets.
That's not a contradiction. That's a lack of information. That doesn't contradict my theory. That doesn't disprove any of what I said.
It doesn't, but then what you're saying is
And
not
what I
valid.
said
Like,
makes logical
Is-
sense. So clearly,
Yes.
it is the only position
Okay.
to be taken until Star Wars states otherwise.
But that is assuming that Star Wars is logical, which it is not.
All stories are logical until explicitly stated otherwise.
Okay, I just explained to you the medieval thing. What is the logic behind why they don't use real tactics?
Because the people who wrote the scenes didn't know real tactics, and those were seen on screen, so we can't assume that they didn't use real tactics. Like, we can't assume in those instances that they did use real tactics because we saw them use the not real tactics. Which is an entirely different situation than the Star Wars thing, where we don't see the other planets, and it makes perfect logical sense that they wouldn't go to the planets that are uninhabitable.
Except for the fact that there are autonomous droid factions that would have no reason not to abuse
We
the fuck
haven't
out of
followed autonomous droid factions as protagonists.
No,
That
they
doesn't
exist in the
contradict-
universe.
That doesn't contradict my fucking thing.
If the thing you're saying is true, then there would be millions of super powerful droid
I
factions that
gave
would
you
control
a
the entire
million
galaxy.
reasons why that couldn't be the case.
All your reasons are disproved by the faction that I'm telling you exists. You don't know if it exists yet, but I don't know how to give you the proof that it does.
I mean, fucking give me the proof and I'll look into it, but I guarantee you that there's an explanation as to why they didn't. Like, if I guarantee you there's an explanation as to why they did do whatever they did do. So, like, if they were out on a space station, you said, there's an explanation probably as to why they were there instead of on, like, even a habitable planet. And that would be the same explanation as to why it wasn't an uninhabitable planet.
There's just not. I don't know why you think that, like, every... Okay, the simple fact is, writers don't think of these things all the time.
Just
Like,
because they don't think of them all the time doesn't mean that they're not the case in universe, in canon.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Unless... Because at that point, it's your theory. It's not real. It's fan fiction.
I'm just gonna fucking... I'm gonna end stream here. I'm sorry. I'm tired. And this guy is not being genuine in his arguments.
It's fan. Okay, what you're saying is fan fiction.
It's not fan fiction. It's filling in the fucking gaps with logic.
Wait.
It's like okay.
Wait.
No. Stop. If you were watching a movie, right? And in one scene, there's, I don't know, let's say there's a chair at the left of a room. And then they cut away. A few scenes later, they come back to the room. It's been, I don't know, a week, and that chair, you see it on the other side of the room. Are you going to make the assumption that at some point within that week, somebody moved the chair? Or are you going to make the assumption that that chair gained sentience and walked over on its own?
No, but that is a great point you just made, because it happens all the time in movies where there's just mistakes they make where they walk into a room and something changes in the background.
In the case that I gave, there was a whole week of time in which people could have moved that chair. It is perfectly logical to assume that somebody moved that chair, and it's a good assumption to make. Hey, somebody moved that chair. You're not going to go ahead and jump over to, oh my god, in this universe, because it's not a real universe, even though there's no precedent for it, the chair gained sentience and walked over and then turned back into a normal chair for no particular reason. No, obviously not.
That's disingenuous to compare your argument to that, because what your argument is more realistically compared to would be like saying there's a scene where someone walked into a room with a chair. They exit the room, and in like a minute, where there's no one that could have been in the room, they go back into the room, and it's on the other side. Your argument is more akin to saying there's ghosts in this universe, and ghosts move that chair.
What?
And at that point, I'm like,
I'm not saying sure. That's not no, except that it being moved is the simpler explanation, and my thing is the simpler explanation than that 99% of the planets are habitable. I keep saying I'm gonna end stream, and then I fucking don't.
It's a fan fiction. It's not based in the story. There's no basis for it.
So you would consider it fan fiction in the hypothetical scenario that I gave if I just assumed, yeah, somebody moved it in the week that we didn't see this room.
That is not a good analogy.
It is an exact one-to-one analogy. How is it any different? How is it any different? Where's the break in my logic?
Okay, so are you going to let me explain, or are you just going to repeat yourself until
I'm
not able to speak?
I'm not speaking. Explain.
Okay. That is not a good analogy, because your thing, it is obvious that there are people in this universe, and nothing goes to disprove that logic. Your logic is disproved by the fact that droids don't need oxygen to survive, and they could set up their own galaxy, their own thousands of factions that would be super powerful, and they would take over the Star Wars universe.
But they didn't, and there are a million reasons why they might not have. All of which I gave to you. One, they might not be able to produce the parts they need for proper maintenance to last more than like 30 years, like that one faction we saw in Rebels. Two, the limitations. Okay, I'm not fucking finished. Two, the limitations of organics extend to a certain extent to the limitations of droids. They don't have access to literally all of the billions of planets. They only have access to a certain few more than the organics would. Three, any sort of expansion that they would have to make would require them to have interstellar technology, and all of that is also upkept via hyperspace lanes, which is part of the wider galaxy. They can't use that fully without having to interact with the rest of the galaxy. They cannot adopt an isolationist mentality, and if they do, guess what? They're not going to interact with the rest of the galaxy, and we're not going to see it.
Your logic is basically like saying, if there is a giant field where ants can thrive, there's an ant colony, that the ant colony would just not continue spreading to the other side of the field, despite the fact that it is just as fruitful.
It wouldn't, because its queen didn't move. Ant colonies will not move without their queen unless something happens to where they deem their queen unfit, or the queen dies, or they get a replacement.
In that analysis, what is the queen in Star Wars? What? Okay,
the humans that own the droids.
The droids do not need humans.
Most of them do.
Not all of them.
The vast majority of them do. I don't think there's enough droids that are self-sustainable enough to be able to expand that much.
You don't think that, but there are. There's a faction. You can look it up later.
Dude, I looked it up. I can't find it, and you can't find any proof for it either. This isn't.
I can get back to you on it. I know it's a thing that exists.
Sure, but you can't just like. Okay, then I'm saying that somebody said that the fucking you can't.
Let's get to wait. Pause. I got an idea. Let's get to the consensus. If I can prove that faction exists, then you're wrong. And if I can't, you're right.
No. Proving that faction exists just gives me the ability to start researching that faction, because again, we don't know if they gave some explanation within that, because you don't remember the details of this, about why that faction existed in the way that they did instead of an uninhabitable planet.
I know this. It was a very obscure faction and detail. So I doubt, you can okay, simpler. If you can investigate, if I can prove to you that this faction exists, you can go ahead and investigate for some reason if you think that there's any explanation. If you can find one that makes sense, then you win. But if there's no reason, which I suspect will be the case because it's a very obscure faction, and I don't think they went into that much
But if there's
detail,
no reason,
I
then you
win.
can't just assume that they have the ability to like reproduce their numbers in a way where they can colonize millions of uninhabitable planets.
I can because they're self-sustaining and autonomous.
Self-sustaining and autonomous doesn't necessarily mean that they have the ability to make more droids. They might just be sustaining themselves, and they would have to expand if they're gonna, take over millions and millions of planets, especially if they only have enough droids for one space station, like you said.
I didn't say, okay, I want to simplify to what I know and what I don't know. I've
Okay.
made a lot of things where I'm like, I think I remember this. I'm going to go based on just what I know I can say for sure. This faction exists. They're super advanced and super powerful. They're also rare in the Star Wars
They're
universe.
super powerful?
Yeah, they're very powerful. I remember that. And I remember that they did, I don't remember what it was, but the point is, if they only showed up in one book, I think. I don't remember if they showed up in other things. Maybe they did, but I haven't heard too many things about them. That's all I know.
So there were droids. So it's basically exactly like the ones in Rebels. For all
no,
we know,
not at all.
Like it's just
They
a
were
group
super
of
powerful,
droids
super advanced.
that have been isolated.
Not a group, an entire faction of self-sustaining autonomous droids.
Okay,
how big?
Like how big do you consider a faction to be? How you seem to be making this distinction.
I don't. I'm just telling you what I remember.
A faction to me would be like, I mean, if we're talking within the Star Wars galaxy, I mean, no, I guess different pirates are different factions.
Okay, I'd compare them okay, based on the things I do remember, and do not quote me on this, they kind of gave me the same vibe as the Yusung Vong, where like they came from like a different part of the galaxy,
the
and they seem to be very powerful.
Entirely different galaxy, and were like
I know.
Galaxy-wide.
I didn't say they were like. I did not say they were like the Yusung Vong. I said they reminded me of it, kind of in the vibe of like, oh, it's a faction that's not very explored, but it is a faction. I don't know how else to explain this to you. Now, the simple fact is, I think that Star Wars is just a flaw in the story. You can look up this faction, and then you can try to come up with a logical explanation. But simply put, I just don't think that there's going to be one because I think.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and end stream there because I now have no more viewers. Good night, peoples. Thank you for stopping by and listening to this argument. It was exhausting.
I liked it.
I liked it too. I am still tired.
Nah, you're saying that.